check. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first ever FRENSday. My name is Catherine Wu, and I am the COO of ENS Labs, and I will be your MC this morning. I first went to DevCon in 2018, that was in Prague, and it's been really incredible to see how much the Ethereum ecosystem has grown in just the past few years. We have, I believe, 12,000 confirmed attendees to the main DevCon event this year, and maybe this is not the best metric, but 700 side events. And all of this is to say, in a week where there are 700 side events, we are really honored that you have chosen to spend at least one of the days here with us. So FRENSday is a celebration of builders who are working to bridge the Web 2 and Web 3 gap, to really build towards true decentralization, and who care about on-chain sovereign identity. And we have a really packed agenda today. So just to go over really quickly, we're going to kick off with a keynote from ENS Labs with an exciting announcement. And we'll follow up with a diverse perspective of Web3 voices. And everyone here is working not just to advance all the causes and values we care about, but ultimately to grow the Ethereum pie bigger. So without further ado, we have a special surprise guest today. He can't make it here in person, but he has recorded a virtual welcoming speech. So with that, I have a video to play that's going to be from Nick Johnson, the co-founder and lead developer of ENS.
Hi, friends. I'm incredibly disappointed that I wasn't able to make it to DevCon this year, and much more importantly, to our first FRENSday. Believe me, I would have done anything I could to have been with you in person today, but sadly it just wasn't possible this year. And how incredible is this? Our first conference dedicated to ENS. I still find it incredible to consider how ENS has gone from being a side project I created soon after joining the EF to the enormous community project it is today in just a few years. Today is about celebrating builders and innovators who are working hard to make Web3 safer, simpler, and more user-friendly. frENSday serves to highlight ENS's industry-leading role in shaping a seamless, accessible internet of the future as a natural bridge between Web 2 and Web 3. We'll recognise the incredible work done by builders in the ecosystem. Last DevCon, I was humbled to receive one of the first Diva Awards on behalf of ENS. You can see it on the bookshelf behind me. The EF awarded it for building a successful project without compromising on our principles, and that's something that's incredibly important to me. As we grow, it's crucial we don't lose sight of the fact that ENS is built not with a mentality of number go up, but instead with more a mentality of airdropping responsibility. We want all of you to be part of ensuring that ENS continues to be built for its users and builders first and foremost. 2024 has been an incredible year for ENS, probably the start of ENS's true breakthrough into the mainstream, with huge integrations including Google, PayPal, and GoDaddy, only the first of many to come, I'm sure. Today you'll be hearing about the next generation of ENS and the incredible things we have planned. You'll be hearing about our focus on L2 and how that will enable ENS to scale so it can reach everyone in the world, as well as the new technical innovations it will enable. We'll talk about both our own L2 solution and how we'll continue to support ENS on every other L2 alongside it. Finally, I'd like to thank the incredible team at ENS Labs. You're the best team a founder could ask for. I never set out intending to build or found a company, but all of you have made it an absolute pleasure to do so. Thank you also to the DAO, its delegates and stewards. Your work moving forward the vision of a truly neutral, decentralized naming system as a public good is what ensures ENS stays true to its roots and serves the people it was built to serve. And thank you to the community, all of the builders and users. Without you, ENS would be just another in a long line of good ideas that didn't gain traction. Your efforts and dedication are what has made ENS the success it is today. Now you're going to hear from some incredible speakers about how we're building the next generation of ENS, the impact it's going to have on the world, and most importantly, what you can do on and with ENS. I'm sorry I couldn't be with you here today, but you couldn't be in more capable hands, and I look forward to seeing what you all build and create with ENS at its core. I'll be following along online with bated breath.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the first ever frENSday. My name is Jeff Lau, and I'm a co-founder of ENS. I'm really sad that Nick, my friend and fellow co-founder, isn't able to be with us today on such a special day as well, but I'll do my best in his stead to begin this inaugural conference for ENS. Most of you will know Nick. He's really the face of ENS, and very much our own Vitalik. He's a visionary, super smart, but also driven by strong principles. But it also takes about 10 seconds to get his jokes. I met Nick in May of 2017, just after the initial launch of ENS, and he and a few other Redditors from our Ethereum funded the very first ENS app, and I was the lucky enough one to be selected to design and build it. Spoiler alert, there were only 2 candidates, so my chances of joining ENS back then was really a coin flip. It was done. It didn't look so good, but it worked, and people used it. But it began my beautiful journey into Web3, Ethereum, and of course ENS. Now it's 2024, and we have our very own conference, and I still find that totally insane. And I'm the first very own dedicated conference ever. But okay, enough about me. Let's start talking about ENS. I'm sure many of you are very, very familiar with ENS, but let's start with the basics. ENS is a user experience protocol. That means we put users first. This has multiple meanings. We endeavor to create the best user experience to make the blockchain easier and simpler to use. We want our users to be in control of their identity, creating true trustless ownership. And lastly, the protocol is built to be credibly neutral and permissionless, so anyone, anywhere can use ENS. ENS's humble beginnings started with trying to solve one of the innate weaknesses of blockchain. Everything is a long number in hexadecimal, and it's really completely unreadable, right? How are we supposed to scale to millions of users if the first thing they do when they create their wallet is see this? ENS helps you to turn that into something humans understand, a name. The simplicity of a name is familiar to all of us. As soon as we are born, we are given a name and it forms part of our identity. Whether that large number, sometimes called a hash, represents your identity on Ethereum, a decentralized website, or something else, a name is an order of magnitude more meaningful to people. And ENS serves humans, not machines. And your identity is precious. It could be your business, your online alias, or an autonomous smart contract controlled by AI. The ownership of your identity or identities should be yours to control as you wish within the constraints that you set. ENS has several core principles to make our protocol user-centric. Firstly, it's decentralized, meaning there's no single person or entity that controls the levers that govern the protocol. It's permissionless, so anyone can register a name and create an identity without having to state who you are or where you're from. And lastly, the protocol is built to be credibly neutral. This means doing our best to not have codified privileged actors in the system. We understand, though, that even with having the perfect protocol, it means nothing without users, end users, developers, and applications. Pushing ENS to as many people as possible makes the protocol more useful, and we as ENS Labs, you as the ENS community, we all need to bring more people to use and integrate and grow ENS. That's why today is called frENSday and not ENS Day. It's a conference to celebrate everyone helping ENS. So let's talk about a few things that ENS has achieved this year. You've all heard of these hyperbolic but illustrative scenarios. If you put all your blood vessels and capillaries end to end, well, you'd probably die, obviously. But they'd also stretch around the Earth's equator more than twice. A similar metaphor for ENS would be if you put all of ENS's registration durations end to end. You'd have to start 9 million years ago, in the late Miocene. Earth was a wild realm of change. Saber-toothed tigers stalked sprawling grasslands while early elephants thundered across open savannas. And despite an abundance of large, sharp teeth, I don't know if no one knows this logo, but no one was trying to sell Dentacoin to anyone. So more seriously, though, it really illustrates how damn well we're doing. Here's the basic stats. Almost 2 million active .eth names, 900,000 users, and almost 200,000 decentralized profiles have been set up. But ENS was never only about .eth. And that's more true than ever now with the explosion of CCIP read and off-chain subnames. So a truer picture of ENS's popularity has to take into account the enormous number of names being used by one of our many partner integrations. And many of these are completely trustless and cost-free. Let's do a quick aside, though, and define CCIP read for those who don't know what it is. CCIP read is an Ethereum improvement proposal created in 2020 to scale ENS of L1. It's a standard that defines how to find data off-chain and verify on-chain. So I'd like to enlist one of our new friends, Earl, to help us explain this. Hey, I need that data, says Earl. Earl gets a reply. Hey, actually, it's not on Ethereum. Here's where you can find it. Go get it yourself from the server. Earl then goes to the server and grabs the data. Simple, right? But the example doesn't stop there. You still need to verify the integrity of the data. Essentially, is it accurate and complete? CCIP read makes this super simple. It has a verification function on the contract that you called, and you can pass the data to it and ask for confirmation. And your contract will reply with a yes/no. In this case, the contract verifies, yep, the data's good, and Earl can now proceed. This is all trustless because the verification function is codified in the immutable contract on Ethereum. And with this, you've offloaded all the data, all the state to somewhere else, and relied only on Ethereum L1 for verification. And this is what powers many of the integrations in ENS today, and I'll talk about a few of them now. Linear.eth released in August of this year and allowed users to mint a linear.eth subname on the linear L2 and take full advantage of CCIP read to be totally trustless. When you resolve a linear.eth name behind the scenes, their gateway returns a resolution of the name, which is all verified in real time before returning the result to you. Base.eth also uses the same CCIP read approach, but hosting their names on Coinbase's base chain, showing how easy it is to apply CCIP read to subnames to solutions across any L2 you choose. Next, Uniswap. Uniswap launched free Uniswap subdomains on uni.eth. Uniswap names are hosted off-chain, and with Uniswap's gateway, signing records and returning them via CCIP read. Anyone can set up in the Uniswap mobile app, and over 1 million names have been registered already. And lastly, the 1,000-pound gorilla Coinbase. As of today, Coinbase has reported over 12 million CB.ID names to their users, and making the largest deployment of ENS to end users since we launched, and really demonstrating the value of rolling out ENS infrastructure to everyone. And that has really been the theme of the past year or more, bringing ENS to more people, more affordably, and with less know-how required. CCIP read and off-chain names have been the foundation of that and have led to a number of successful integrations. Almost 40 million active names, 13 million users, and over 400,000 decentralized profiles. Really, .eth only paints a small portion of the picture of the success of ENS, and you really to see all the subdomain integrations to really know truly wide-ranging ENS really is. But ENS is not only about subdomains. Our success is about how widely integrated we are, allowing names to be used out in the wild. Integrations are one of the most important success metrics for ENS. Imagine owning a credit card, a Visa credit card, but no one accepts Visa. This is the problem we need to tackle by bringing in large integrations that allow the use of ENS within their existing users, allowing ENS resolution to exist outside of our echo chamber. And this year has been a fantastic year for integrations, and I'd like to tell you about a few of them today. First up is .box. In collaboration with 3DNS, it's the first truly blockchain native, fully ENS-enabled TLD. .box registrations are all recorded on Ethereum, and every .box name is automatically ENS-enabled. While not on integration specifically, I'd like to quickly highlight gasless DNSSEC, one of our biggest technological advances in ENS to date. ENS top-level domain almost since day one, but important one of them came with a substantial fee due to the gas required to trustfully verify your ownership of the name using DNSSEC. Gasless DNSSEC combines our trustless DNS import functionality with the gateway architecture of CCIP read. It makes it possible to make nearly any DNS name function inside ENS without any transactions or gas fees required whatsoever. Simply set a text record, enable DNSSEC on your name, and it will just work the same as a .eth name in any supported application. And one of the first to use the power of gasless DNSSEC was GoDaddy, who added built-in support for every name registered through them, removing the usability barrier of understanding how to set up DNSSEC and how to format and set text records. You can set up a DNS name to work in ENS using GoDaddy in just a few clicks. And GoDaddy has over 80 million names registered to them, 20 million customers, and just this one integration by itself vastly improves the network effect of ENS. But it's not just domain-related companies that are integrating us. Bitwise, a traditional finance company who released the Ethereum ETF product this year, has created ENS subnames on each of the addresses that hold the ETH back in the ETF. This is a really great use case, and hopefully makes tracking custody of on-chain assets more transparent and more auditable. And payment providers have started to adopt ENS too, most notably PayPal and Venmo, who rolled out ENS support for their crypto wallets to all US users earlier this year. Venmo has 90 million US users, and PayPal has over 400 million accounts globally. And lastly, can you really say you've been a successful protocol until Google integrates you? Today, you can search your .eth name on Google, and it will automatically show you your balance and your resolved address. Google is the gateway to the internet, and ENS has become important enough to be integrated into the most used search engine. But what do these large integrations bring to ENS? Well, subdomains means more users. More people using ENS for the first time and broaden the social network that ENS creates. And large integrations like PayPal, Venmo, and Google means there are more places for ENS to be used, making ENS fundamentally more useful. And these integrations are growing the ENS pie significantly. But of course, most ENS names also resolve to an Ethereum or L2 address, and that is pushing forward Ethereum as a whole. And we're proud to be one of Ethereum's BD teams. Born out of Ethereum, we at ENS have never forgotten our roots, all the values that came out of that. Ethereum is not just in our name, but in the DNA of ENS itself. Most of the previous integrations we discussed were born out of ERC 3668, the other name for CCIP read, an EIP that is helping Ethereum scale to L2s. We care about the entire ecosystem itself, because without that infinite garden, ENS itself wouldn't have room to flourish. In that same theme, we've also been pushing forward L2 UX with some EIPs in the pipelines, the first of which is ERC 7785. That will enshrine ENS to be the namespace to allow discovery of new L2s. In the future, we hope to push further EIPs that will help the fractionalization of layer 2 addresses and address this problem head-on. ENS works on these problems because, of course, selfishly it helps ENS, and it helps ENS proliferate. But selflessly, it also helps the entire Ethereum ecosystem as well. And both of these EIPs have come from ideas from dialogues from within the community and also Vitalik himself. Ethereum has had many scaling plans, but the current one is rollup-centric. Rollups are an evolution of other L2 solutions. People remember state channels and Plasma from 2017 and 2018. And now we have rollups, which are far more powerful than the previous iterations of what it meant to be an L2. And rollups really allow a user experience that is just not possible on Ethereum L1. There are so many L2s to choose from, and we really took our time this year to look into the benefits of all of them and try and narrow down which of the L2s made sense to deploy to and create ENS's new home. It's been 7 years since we started this journey. Back in 2017, we released ENS, a revolutionary protocol that started the journey for solving decentralized identity and blockchain user experience. It was young, and it was early, and we didn't even have a proper application to manage names, which is where I came in initially. In 2019, we released the permanent registrar, bringing in the commit reveal step to prevent front running, before MEV was even a thing, getting rid of the victory auction and simplifying the steps for a user to get a name. In 2021, we decentralized the protocol into the DAO, releasing the ENS governance token. The DAO is now 3 years old and has created an immense ecosystem of builders and stewards that move the protocol forward. And in 2022, we released the name wrapper, tackling some of the main pain points of the 5-year-old ENS registry, allowing subdomains to be truly trustless. But what about 2024? Well, in 2024, I'm pleased to announce that we're taking ENS into a layer 2 by building our very own chain, which we're calling Namechain. We really thought long and hard whether it was necessary, but I really do think our own chain makes sense, possibly more so than any other app chain rollup. Most protocols that move to a rollup want one thing: cheaper transactions. Of course, at ENS, we're no different. But the industry standard success metric for a rollup these days is TVL, or total value locked. This is natural if you're an L2, if you're competing for TVL to show you have users. But for ENS, it's different. We don't need to prioritize TVL. ENS already has users, and we can really prioritize things that other L2s don't. So we're going to be building L2 to L2 bridging right into the protocol, so you can do things like commit whilst you bridge and pay from your preferred L2. This will allow you to start your ENS journey from any L2, lowering the barrier for entry to buy your first name. And this is one of the primary reasons why we want to launch our own chain. Deploying to another public chain makes it harder to build that UX right into the protocol. And being able to control the entire stack from protocol to governance means the rollup is here to serve ENS and naming. Important for us at ENS, as we are committed to being L2 agnostic. Now, we're not ready to say who yet, but we have selected a partner we feel embodies all the values that ENS does, as well as a roadmap that matches where we want to be. So although I can't tell you who the partner is yet, I can tell you a bit more about what we want from our L2. So today, ZK EVMs are the only way to get transaction finality in a reasonable amount of time. Because ENS is one of the only applications that require reading state from L1, we need the fastest finality, so we can ensure that everything can be trustlessly read from other L2s. And ZK EVMs use ZK proofs to prove the correctness of a state transition on L2 and commit this to L1. The ENS resolution process can then use CCIP read to verify the data from Namechain. Contrasting this to an optimistic rollup, the industry standard will require us to wait 7 days before your name is ready to use. Secondly, of course, the stack must be completely open source, allowing it to be easily audited and edited if required. And lastly, you really care about credible neutrality and decentralization of ENS, and maintaining that is a priority. The partner we select must also care about these values too, and one of the key open issues in L2s is decentralizing the prover and the sequencer. There are a few research options out there right now, such as shared sequencing and base rollups, that are seriously exploring breaking the single sequencer model. And we believe that as these standards begin to settle, it'll be something Namechain can adopt. As for us, decentralization is really non-negotiable. So Namechain is the L2 we're building, but we're not just building an L2. ENS V2 is a ground-up redesign of ENS, and only one component of that is having a dedicated L2. It's designed to make it more flexible, more accessible, and more affordable, so we can continue the momentum started with CCIP read and off-chain names, and expand its utility to every user and application that needs it. How are we going to do that? Well, first, we've redefined how names are registered and recorded with a completely redesigned registry. Second, .eth names will be recorded and by default hosted on our dedicated L2 Namechain. And finally, a user-driven migration with backwards compatibility. Let's explore these in a bit more detail. So .eth on Namechain means that all registration and renewals will no longer live on L1, but instead on Namechain. And storing on Namechain means that registration renewal gas will be reduced significantly. Now, although Ethereum has its conveniences, it's not a long-term solution for gas prices on L1. Having registration on Namechain means we can ensure registration gas costs are as close to zero as possible. However, even though .eth will move to Namechain, name resolution, the most important part of ENS, largely remains untouched and begins from Ethereum itself. Let me reiterate that. ENS name resolution remains anchored on L1, and that is a fundamental difference between ENS and other protocols moving to an L2. We do not fractionalize our protocol. We connect it together and remain as one. And this is how we remain L2 agnostic. Okay, let's talk about the complete technical rewrite of the ENS registry. Registries are contracts that store data about that name. The current registry stores the owner and resolver records, and currently all names are stored in a single, flat registry. This design is straightforward and has several advantages, but also a couple of drawbacks. One of which that it's difficult to define custom rules for name issuance and ownership, which has led to workarounds like the name wrapper. Another is that because each name exists independently in the registry, when a name is transferred or deleted, all names remain unchanged. We're solving both of these problems while adding more flexibility to the system as a whole by introducing a new registry design in ENS V2. In V2, each name optionally has its own registry, which deals exclusively with its subnames. There's a root registry, which contains all of the top-level names, and each top-level name has a registry containing all the second-level names, such as nick.eth and so forth. And every name optionally has a resolver, which functions exactly the same as it does in V1. Using hierarchy of registries has a number of advantages. Anyone who owns a name can now supply the registry implementation of their choice, giving them full control of how subnames are issued and controlled. This allows the functionality of the name wrapper and more, while preserving the flexibility for name owners to set their own rules for name ownership or even name resolution. When a name changes hands, or if an owner wants to start from scratch, they can easily replace the registry for a name entirely, erasing all existing subnames, allowing a very easy and fuss-free way of clearing up the hierarchy of your name. And of course, you can optionally prevent this in a similar way to the name wrapper, creating completely trustless names, as in the original ENS V1 with name wrapper. Likewise, because each registry exists independently, we can even insert registries at multiple places in the ENS hierarchy. When you're ready to move on from a subname to a .eth name of your own, you can bring everything with you, while still ensuring your old name functions just as it did before. L2 support was a consideration from the beginning of the design process of V2, and that means we can also deploy V2 contracts to L2 networks. Combined with CCIP read, this makes it possible to seamlessly stitch together a coherent namespace from multiple distinct networks and L2s. V2 takes advantage of this at its core, and we're going to be moving the .eth registry and all .eth second-level name registrations to Namechain. All new name registrations and renewals will take place on Namechain, and users will begin to migrate hosting of their records and subnames over to Namechain. Or if they wish, they can remove their records and move it to another L2 of their choice. This architecture reinforces how we are staying L2 agnostic, beginning everything from L1, but only moving .eth to Namechain, while supporting ENS on all other L2s. And in line with ENS's core principles, moving to V2 is an entirely user-driven and opt-in process. All registrations will be transferred to the new L2 chain, but because by its nature, a registry must be stored all in one location, the names themselves, their records, and subnames, however, continue to exist on Ethereum L1 or any other L2 or off-chain storage solution. After launch, users can migrate their names to V2 in a single transaction, and this will move their name from the legacy flat ENS registry to the new hierarchical one. And at the same time, they can choose to either leave their name on L1 or migrate to the Namechain if it's not hosted somewhere else. And names that aren't migrated will continue to function indefinitely. The new ENS contracts are programmed to automatically fall back to looking up names in the V1 registry. This means that for names that are owned by immutable contracts, or for users that can't or won't upgrade, functionality of their name is safeguarded forever. So far, we've talked a lot about the design and architecture of V2 and shared a lot of exciting things, but you may be wondering, what does this look like in practical terms? I'd like to invite Dom, our lead UX designer, up on stage to discuss what it's going to look like to use V2 and paint a better picture of the user experience we'd like to create for ENS users.
Thank you, Jeff, and good morning, everyone. I'm Dom. I'm a senior designer here at ENS Labs. Let's talk about L2 UX. So L2s aren't necessarily a UX improvement. Rather, they're usually a bit of a UX trade-off. So the UX is improved in L2s by making the chain cheaper and faster, but friction is increased by needing on and off ramps. And this works great for a lot of dApps, especially ones that expect and encourage frequent user interactions. But ENS is unique. Our users behave in unique ways. Most of our users only transact infrequently and at unpredictable intervals, such as updating a profile or registering a name. So for ENS users, bridging on and off is a significant extra UX overhead, and we want ENS V2 and Namechain to be a true UX improvement. With that in mind, we're treating Namechain and ENS V2 as a whole new design space. We're exploring whole new experiences that might otherwise be prohibitive or impossible. So let's look at an example. Here we have a prototype exploring a hypothetical registration flow. So not everything here might be achievable, but this is an insight into how we're thinking about the UX for Namechain. Here, a user has found a name, my name, that they'd like to register. The first step is, of course, to connect your wallet. Here you can see in this wallet mockup, the user is set to base instead of mainnet or chain. We may no longer need to force users to switch networks. Instead, we can detect the network that the wallet is already using and then assume that's where they wanted to start from. Here, the payment method has been populated to base ETH since that's the network they're connecting from. Once the user begins that registration transaction, you can see a few things in this mockup. The first is that they're paying and transacting from base, not Namechain, and not using Namechain ETH. The second is that the gas is being subsidized, meaning that the user is truly seeing the price of their name and they're truly paying $5 a year. We still follow the commit reveal pattern because this is the correct way to avoid front running, but you can see from this commit transaction that it's been triggered from base without needing to connect to Namechain. Once the commit has been completed, we begin the usual wait. However, we may be able to reduce this. In this example, it's been reduced from the usual 60 seconds to 10. This is a goal we're exploring for Namechain. Once the wait is complete, we're exploring having the reveal transaction begin on its own instead of asking the user for a second transaction action. This could be achieved with smart contracts deployed to Namechain or SCA-style improvements to EOAs. There you have it. And with a single transaction from the user, they now own a name on Namechain, registered from base, with an avatar and primary name set. While this prototype is hypothetical, we think that much of this is achievable due to the technical improvements coming from ENS V2 and Namechain. The most important of these are, of course, fees. As with all L2s, Namechain will have significantly lower fees. This lets us explore new flows where we no longer need to worry about gas optimization and can introduce new flows where they might make sense for the user, not for the gas. With our own L2, we can also seriously explore how smart contract accounts will work with Namechain and might even be integrated into the network. This will let us explore entirely new interactions and design patterns. And of course, the new registries hierarchy that Jeff discussed. This lets ENS names adopt new powers and lets devs explore the scope of these powers. These and other technical changes allow us to explore new ideas. For example, onboarding flows that let users set up their entire online identities in a single transaction. This could include guided experiences teaching new users how to manage their profile, create and use subnames, or move their names to cold storage. Bundled transactions letting us explore things like bulk creation and management of subnames, managing primary names with a single transaction, and of course, registering with a single transaction. Gas subsidies, which we could use to encourage users to complete actions beneficial to both them and the protocol, such as first profile setup to avoid stagnant profiles, adding additional chain addresses, or registrations themselves. Integrating bridging into each transaction, potentially removing the need for on and off ramps completely, or even holding ETH on Namechain at all. Whole new permission systems built into the registries, letting builders and users create custom-tailored permissions for their own use cases. For example, a simple on-chain subname registry. Or registry aliases, which lets you create a single profile that is used by all of your names and subnames without maintaining them individually. With these and other updates, we have the room to explore new ways of registering, owning, and managing your names. The prototype was hypothetical, but indicative of some UX goals we're pursuing with Namechain. These goals are to reduce the overall cost of interacting with ENS, of course, reduce the number of transactions in all possible situations, and let users transact from their name of choice without the need for the on and off ramps that can make L2s so painful. With these UX goals in mind, we're aiming to make Namechain a true improvement to ENS UX without the usual L2 trade-offs. We're very excited to explore the UX potential of ENS V2 and Namechain, particularly me, and we're always open to feedback. And with that, I'd like to introduce Greg to talk a bit about the developer experience. To be successful, ENS V2 needs to have first-class support for third-party developers. So here's Greg, a developer advocate for ENS, to tell us more.
Cool. Hey everybody, I'm Greg, and I'm excited to share a little bit more about what the developer experience of ENS V2 and Namechain will be like. But let's first start by taking a look at how most developers integrate ENS today. Over the last 7.5 years, ENS has earned a lot of goodwill amongst the Ethereum community. And because of this, we're already integrated into most of the popular developer tools that you know and love today, such as VM, Ethers, WAGMI, and more. This makes building simple integrations easy, like resolving a name into an address when you're transferring assets from a wallet app, but doesn't always consider more complex ENS interactions that really should be just as easily accessible to developers. So, first of all, taking a step back, ENS was built in a very different time. Where rollups didn't really exist, almost every user just depended on an EOA on layer 1, and gas fees frankly weren't much of an issue. But fast forward to today, and a majority of users are transacting on layer 2s, getting onboarded with smart contract accounts, and honestly, it's sometimes difficult to use certain parts of ENS in this ecosystem. And so to solve this, we're bringing a whole suite of upgrades to the architecture and smart contract implementation of ENS V2. With ENS V2 and Namechain, it will be significantly easier to register names, update records, manage decentralized websites, and more. It will be trivial to initiate transactions from any chain, sponsor user fees, and generally be easier to use ENS as a primary source of identity in a multi-chain world. For a tangible example of what this should feel like, think about how easy it is to update your bio on Instagram or Twitter or X. ENS V2 and Namechain should enable developers to build experiences that are really just as easy to do that as it is to update text records or address records on your ENS name. Technically speaking, a big part of this is powered by new smart contracts that allow for signature verification rather than simply expecting that the sender of a transaction is an owner of the given name, which is what happens today in a lot of the ENS contracts. This makes it significantly easier to work with smart contract wallets, relayers, and other common infrastructure that we all depend on today. And the best part about these smart contract updates is that you don't even have to wait for ENS V2 to start seeing some of the improvements. I'm excited to announce that primary names are coming to layer 2 and are available on testnets today. For 7 years, primary names have only existed on layer 1, which limits their use to people who are willing and able to pay Ethereum L1 gas fees. Being able to set a primary name on any chain effectively for free will be a huge unlock for the Web3 user experience. This is the first example of a more flexible smart contract that you'll be seeing more of in ENS V2, and marks the first time that any ENS contract is officially deployed to a layer 2, and I'm excited to see us go further in this direction. So let's imagine a future where a new user signs up for your app. In this example, let's say they don't already have an ENS name. They might sign in with Face ID, which creates a smart wallet in the background, and choose a username as you would in any sort of Web2 application. This username can be a .eth subname that is minted on Namechain, even if the application is rooted on Base. It will be set as their primary name so that this username can move with them across applications on Base, and it will be a new way for them to receive any sort of on-chain asset from any crypto application. This is, of course, because ENS is a universal Web3 on-chain identity. It's a global profile that works across applications. We are confident that L2 primary names will make it significantly easier for developers to build with ENS in a layer 2 world, and are excited to get this in your hands. Reverse registrars, which are the smart contracts that power L2 reverse resolution, or primary names, are live today on a handful of testnets and should be coming to mainnet by the end of this year. To be clear, for non-developers, there's nothing to do at this time, but developers, if you're interested in this, then we'll have info on how you can start playing around immediately. And so that was ENS V2 and smart contracts. Now let's talk a little bit about the developer experience of Namechain, the new L2. So while the idea of a new chain might sound daunting, and I know there are a lot of them recently, I want to emphasize that all of the tools you developers use today to build on Ethereum, you'll still be able to use on Namechain. This means you'll be able to write smart contracts and deploy them with Hardhat and Foundry, or use WAGMI and VM, or any of the libraries that I mentioned earlier to build front-end and back-end applications, and more. Basically, we're bringing ENS up to speed with what you've come to expect from building in a layer 2 world. The surface area of ENS is expanding from a protocol on Ethereum to a network on Ethereum. This means we have to consider not only the developer experience of both individually, but also the two of those together as a whole. A major part of this is making sure it's easy to interact with Namechain from other layer 2s. I'm happy to share that a number of teams building in the cross-chain execution space have already agreed to support Namechain on day 1, ensuring not only a smooth user experience, but also a smooth developer experience. These type of integrations are what makes Dom's mockups that you saw earlier a reality, being able to register names, update records, and do all that stuff from any chain, even though it settles on Namechain. That's all I have to share for now. We feel really good about what L2 primary names, ENS V2, and Namechain will bring to the table for developers, and are excited to keep you updated as we move forward. I'll hand it back to Jeff to close this out.
Thank you, Greg and Dom. That's been amazing to really see kind of the user experience of how ENS V2 and Namechain, and also L2 primary names. L2 primary names is like a very special thing for me because I worked on the ENS IP for many, many months, and I'm really, really happy to see that go live now on testnet and hopefully to mainnet later this year. And of course, also the user experience. Wow, like I think for me, it gives me this thought of almost like 5 years ago now when me and Nick were bouncing ideas back and forth about the initial permanent registrar. And if anyone here, I mean, I'm sure all of you have got a .eth name, but you have to wait 1 minute between commit and reveal. And actually back then, the original story was Nick wanted to make it 10 minutes. And I was like, Nick, we can't do this. Like, no one's going to use us. Thankfully, I managed to convince him to bring it down to 1 minute, but imagine it going down to seconds, single blocks. That would be absolutely amazing. And I think there's so much to explore with V2 UX. Yeah, it's a little bit emotional for me. I mean, coming to this like first conference ever for ENS, like it's really been such a long time. It's been 7 years since the initial launch of ENS, and the stats I showed earlier, the 2 million active .eth names, 9 million years of registrations, 14 million total ENS names, including all of our integrations. I couldn't imagine that ENS would be so successful, this many years later. So really, I just want to give you, can I give you a round of applause to everyone here that's made ENS what it is today? Because these numbers are really just incredible, and it's not just thanks to the people at ENS Labs, it's for everyone here today in the ENS community, championing ENS, using it in your applications, and really being part of our community. I always like to talk about ENS as a network, just as Greg mentioned. A network is something that gets exponentially stronger with each additional user. And it's not additive, it's multiplicative. So each one of you ENS users is really, really super important to us. And finally, the adventure is not over. If you're looking for a good position at ENS Labs, we're always looking for good people. So if you'd like to work with us, please check out enslabs.org/jobs for postings. And thank you, and enjoy the rest of the day at FRENSday.
All right, so for you on-chain maxis in the audience, which I assume all of you are, you may have noticed that we have POAPs placed around the first floor and the second floor for you to scan. This is a special POAP. Now, if you collect all of them, so all the ones downstairs, all the one and the one on screen, you actually can also mint an additional uniquely designed POAP that you can only mint if you collected all 5. So again, this is the one on screen. Once I hit next, this is going to go away. So definitely scan this, and so that you can mint all of your POAPs with all of the Friends characters. So for our next, so this has been a really big year for ENS in terms of partnerships and integrations, and Jeff had mentioned some of it earlier in his keynote as well. And so for our first panel of the day, we're going to be hearing from some of the largest partnerships and integrations that we've done this year. And so to moderate that panel, I'm going to introduce Iskender from ENS Labs, and he's going to introduce the rest of the speakers.
Hi, thank you, Catherine. So, hi everyone, my name is Iskender. I'm the head of product and strategy at ENS Labs, and I'm excited to be leading this upcoming panel, aptly titled Mainstream Meets Decentralization, The Path Forward. So for our panel, I'll be joined by Moises, the principal engineer at Dentity, Steven, product at PayPal/Venmo, Josh, the president and founder at Intercap/Box Domains, as well as Devin, global product and partnerships at Google Web3. So help me welcome them to the stage. All right, hello panelists. So why don't we start quickly with brief introductions. Can you tell us who you are, what you do, and then a little story about how you personally entered Web3. Josh, why don't we start with you?
Hey everybody, nice to be here in Bangkok. Thank you for making the trip. My name is Josh Brandley. I run a number of Web2 domain registries, .inc, .dealer, .llp, and .box, and we chose to launch .box as a blockchain, as the world's first blockchain native TLD that integrates ENS by default. So I started tinkering around with Ethereum since the beginning, always kind of looking for a problem that I wanted to solve, and .box is the first one, so I jumped in a year ago with the founding of the .box name.
Hey everybody, GM, Devin from Google, based just down the road in Singapore. Really fell down a rabbit hole in crypto back 2015, 2016, back with the early meetup days. I don't know, show of hands, who used to go to the early Ethereum meetups or Color Coin meetups, but really early days back then. Really impressed by ENS, got involved with ENS around 2019, and really just really captured by the simplicity of what ENS solves for, right, in terms of identity. From the Google side, I've been part of an effort around public goods and public data, where we've been doing a lot of open source development, a lot of open source efforts to help index blockchain data as a public good. And I think, yeah, for really today's panel, really just interested in talking about this core primitive of identity, this core primitive of really simplifying user experiences, and that's what I think I'm most passionate about.
Hey everyone, my name is Steve. Patucha. I'm with Venmo and PayPal on the product team. We call ourselves at PayPal Crypto BCDC, or Blockchain, Crypto, and Digital Currency. I'm based in Chicago, and most recently I was in charge of leading the integration with ENS and our address book feature across Venmo and PayPal. I got into Web3. I have a history of investing in stocks and options, and always have had a passion with that. And I discovered Bitcoin sometime around 2016, 2017. Discovered Ethereum as well, but it didn't really click until I really understood the power of decentralization and blockchains. And it really clicked when I was using DeFi and had the opportunity to settle funds within seconds. Those who come from the TradFi world, if you sell a stock, you need to have that settle for a day or two, a business day. If you want to withdraw that to your bank via ACH, you need to wait another 1 to 3 business days. And when I first discovered the powerfulness of just moving as much money as I want, whenever I wanted, it really clicked, and I was like, wow, this is powerful technology. This is going to be here to stay, and that's where I started my journey.
Hello, everybody. I'm Moises Jaramillo from Dentity, a startup in Santa Monica, California, and we actually integrated with ENS late August to provide identity verification on-chain and also for the ownership of social accounts. I got into the Web3 more like the self-sovereign identity side of the ecosystem. About 6 years ago, mainly addressing issues with healthcare. You know, we know, well, at least in the United States, patient data is absolutely private, and we must obtain consent for any interactions when it comes to data sharing. And so we thought self-sovereign identity was a perfect solution for these types of digital interactions. Yeah, and then from there on moved on to identity, digital identity verifications, and happy to be here with this great group of friends here that I'm making. Yeah, looking forward.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, so my first question as a product person is going to be about product. I apologize. But for you, Steven, first, I'm kind of curious, so PayPal and Venmo recently integrating ENS. I'm kind of hoping you can describe for me and for the audience what kind of drove that decision for you all to make that integration, and then what additional opportunities for users do you see post this integration?
Yeah, there's a short answer and a long answer. The short answer is it improves the user experience, duh. When users want to transfer crypto on PayPal or Venmo, a couple months ago, you needed to either scan a QR code, it's pretty basic, or you needed to type in a physical address or copy it from a different app and paste it into your app. And with ENS and with this address book feature, you're able to transfer crypto more seamlessly. It improves conversions rates, and it's great. The more long answer is PayPal is a publicly traded company. There's no getting around that. Crypto is not the forefront of the business, but it is a growing portfolio and a growing initiative, and we need to consider all potential revenue driving, user engagement driving, user growth driving initiatives. So I'm a longtime user of ENS. I can see the value in it, but I needed to articulate a way to our leadership team that it could potentially improve activity and actually tangibly improve the portfolio of the crypto team. So I took a look at our data, and our bread and butter of our business is buying and selling crypto. Obviously, there's fees associated with that. And although the users that transfer crypto and transact on-chain are a minority population, they actually contribute over half of our buy and sell volume on the platform. So these users are much more engaged, they're much more active, and they're transacting on Venmo and PayPal much more frequently. So when I went to leadership and I said, hey, here's our current transfers experience, here's how we can improve our transfer experience, here's how we can get more transfer users on our platform and more users on chain, telling that whole story and saying how important it was to our actual core bread and butter portfolio aspect really was a no-brainer for our leadership team to be like, yeah, you know what, this is actually something we could use. This is something that a lot of the industry is using, and it was something that was able to get prioritized that way.
That's cool. So if I'm understanding, it's almost like you got two benefits. One was you got the user experience upgrade of the name, and then you also got, it sounds like, maybe some growth around specifically insights into crypto users within your platform, and it sounds like crypto users are high impact, which is like great to hear. So, okay, very cool.
Yeah, exactly.
One other thing I think I heard from your team was users having transaction anxiety, so copy pasting the 42 string versus like using the name. So I think that makes a ton of sense to me. Okay, cool. So next question I have is for you, and I think most people know that like Google has supported Web3 projects through cloud infrastructure, and I'm curious to hear from you, like what patterns do you see in terms of enterprises? Like what do they need to do to successfully bridge from like Web 2 to Web 3? Because you all are providing a huge part of that service.
Yeah, I love this question. I'd say it really starts with finding a champion in the enterprise, right? And maybe just a show of hands, how many developers are in the room in terms of building ENS apps in the trenches, RPC? Okay. I think, at least in our conversations with enterprises, it's really about finding the person in that enterprise that really is either Web3 curious or really keen on just what's happening in this narrative. And I like your example too, right? Where I think if you can find that champion, it's about how do you empower her or him in terms of what Web3 is and what's the promise of Web3 and what's possible in Web3. And I think once you identify that champion, I'd say there's three key outcomes you want to push for. One is simplicity. How can you make her or his job easier, right? In terms of understanding what is Web3, what's possible, and really working with them, workshopping with them in terms of the primitives or the best practices that might be out there. And this could be identifying things like user app workflows, or the concept of digital ownership, the concept of digital goods, and working with them in an unbiased measure, of course, in terms of how to think through this space. I'd say number two on top of that is driving for simplicity. Does anyone here have a mobile phone with passkeys? And okay, wow, a lot of hands. Who here has used a passkey to log into like a Web3 wallet or do an NFT mint or a Warpcast? Okay, great. A lot of hands here. That's awesome. Simplicity, right? If you work with that champion and show her or him the power of in-device passkey on a TE chip in the phone with a private key, that's an incredible user unlock, right? And back to enterprises, really showing them these developments that are happening in the Web3 trenches that we're all part of, but bringing that out of Web3, talking to folks in the Web2 world or the trad world or the app dev world in terms of just how powerful a simple passkey is. And then I'd say maybe the third bit comes back to data. How can you find the on-chain data to show the success metrics to empower that champion, right? And one thing we're doing at Google, we've been doing for almost 7 years now, is we've been indexing a lot of chains, indexing raw L1 data, putting it onto something we have called BigQuery, where you could basically look on chain at scale in terms of interactivity. And if you're a product designer or a UX person, you could easily look at user metrics, on-chain events, maybe tied in against the ENS smart contract and find identity, but you can find those business metrics literally on-chain, right? And that empowers them in terms of finding, calibrating the investment they're making into Web3 and building that flywheel of data and provable engagement, app engagement, proof of loyalty, et cetera, pulling that out of data and really empowering them with those data tools to help them make their case as a champion and hopefully help them secure budget and continue in Web3. Long answer, but that's how I think about it.
That was a great answer. And I think I heard a lot of like Steven's process also as part of your answer, where it was figure out like the champion. In this case, it was Steven, like figure out the process and then bring the data in to like make the argument. Fun story, when Steven was doing his like diligence of ENS, he was asking us for the data, and I had to be like, we don't really have the data because we don't track every off-chain name, every name that exists. So one of the challenges I think for a lot of Web3 companies is you see the impact, it's on-chain, but you're not able to like quantify everything in a way that is like traditionally like verified, right? Where I could just send you like a report in SQL or something that you could review.
Reverse. I have the ENS teams asking me, "Oh, how successful is ENS on PayPal and Venmo?" I'm like, I can't really talk about it. It's still very new, very promising. We're seeing tons of engagement from not just ENS, but the address book feature itself, and more users are transferring on chain for sure.
Cool. And then another thing I think I heard, and there's a little BD hack. It's like you don't have to find like the perfect person, like the president or CEO, but if you can find the Web3 champion in there who can like work with you and be a partner, that's probably a more effective path because they're going to help you put in some of the work that's required to help the enterprise transform to like consider these additional solutions. All right, cool. All right, so next question I have for Moises from Dentity. So you've been working on proof of humanity verification, and that's now live in the ENS app. How do you see this solving like current challenges in Web3 identity and verification, and where do you see identity going forward?
Absolutely. But first, actually, I want to mention, I'm sure you all have seen this meme or read this meme about, I think it was published in 1993 in the New Yorker magazine, where two dogs were in front of a computer. And essentially, one dog says to the other dog, is like, on the internet, nobody knows you're a dog, right? Which is cool. I mean, if dogs could actually use a computer, right? I want to say that as practitioners of decentralization, we all love our privacy, our anonymity. But at the same time, there are interactions where, it's about money, it's about reputation, it's about counterparty trust. At times, we actually need to know who the other party is on the other side of the line. And that's why we thought biometrics is an important aspect of proof of personhood, to determine that whether I'm dealing with a dog or a bot, or even much more worse, the government of North Korea, right, that they all want our tokens. So a proof of personhood basically solves issues to determine or to pinpoint an individual's education, reputation, employment history, you name it, right? These are very, very basic use cases that now we can solve with proof of personhood. And also, what else? I can think of anti-spam, where, think about Discord bots. If I'm interacting with another individual on Discord, I want to know this is actually a real person. So we solve those problems with our biometrics, although it's right now maybe an overkill because we do KYC as well, but we realized that there's actually a fundamental problem, and that's the uniqueness of an individual. So with the uniqueness of an individual, what we're trying to solve is those problems where any person, any entity can actually acquire many keys, many wallets, many ENS names, and maybe join a DAO or vote or attempt to receive airdrops and tokens, right? So for us to fight that gaming of the system, we need to actually ensure that an individual is unique across a system. So for DevCon, tomorrow we are releasing now a new biometric approach where we will be able to determine the uniqueness of an individual across devices through the browser experience, through your mobile phone. So I'm pretty excited about that. And then again, it solves those issues of DAO, voting, airdrops, incentives, and so forth.
Yeah, very cool. I think one of the things that like I learned a lot like working with you on the integration was I think I came from the perspective of almost like resistance to bringing identity on chain, because I think I have like a very old school mindset about like how you use like Ethereum, but then I think understanding like how users can opt in to verification, how like a lot of this stuff can actually live off chain in a way that a user can select and like elevate their name effectively to have KYC, to have these additional kind of like affordances in the name, like really helped open up like my perspective. I'm kind of curious if like philosophically there's like your guys' approach to like integration with ENS, because I think like even though it's a public ledger, I think the culture of Ethereum kind of has like privacy and kind of towards the core. So I'm kind of curious if there are like thoughts specifically from you or any of our other panelists about like as the culture of crypto evolves to like start to accept like additional use cases like off-chain identity verification, like payments now, like your identity verification is going to work great with your payments platform, right? So it's like, but to me, it's like you used to just send it to a name, right? So like, how do you guys kind of think about that shift?
Well, I want to mention just the typical case of DeFi, right? Transferring money from one individual to another party. Again, I want to know that I'm sending it to the right person. I mean, if you guys recall, with perfect deepfakes, I think about a year ago, something like that, somebody impersonated Elon Musk on YouTube. And basically, they injected a wallet address and it said, if you send me this amount of Ether, I will double it, right? So with ENS, first of all, I'm sorry? Yeah. So with ENS and definitely with Identity, then we can make sure it was really Elon Musk. And well, first of all, you would wonder why is he giving money away aside from politics and voting, but you will be able to be certain who you are sending money to.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're going to say?
Yeah. You also asked earlier what else are you looking forward to potentially with ENS or other features. This integration with ENS with Venmo and PayPal was a MVP integration, and all we're doing is resolving names from a .eth to a blockchain address. That's just the tip of the iceberg. We could potentially do more with that. ENS profiles now have the ability to have your socials attached to different ENS names and other information. You can even upload a picture to resolve that as well. So when you transfer crypto on chain on Venmo and PayPal, you see, if you're sending on Ethereum, you see an Ethereum logo and you see the first 6 and last 6 of an Ethereum address. That's it. And when you look, if you're transacting a lot and potentially sending money to several people on chain, it gets a little repetitive. So with reverse resolving, potentially, you could show pictures of people on chain with ENS names. You could show the .eth names and other things there as well. So there's ways to kind of improve the confidence and UX of on-chain transfers within Web2 apps like Venmo and PayPal.
Yeah, and I think you're also touching on another cool part of ENS, which is like effectively brands can use subdomains to build their own social graphs, right? And so it's like you're able to deploy this, have that experience in a way where people are on chain, but it feels native to your application, not native to the chain that you're on, right? So I think that's like a huge change in how you build product in crypto going forward. All right, so for Josh. So as the first ICANN GTLD to natively integrate with ENS, huge shout out for that. That's like trailblazing. What learnings can you share about like bridging the traditional domain system with Web3 naming and like all the features that now exist in a single product?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so .box names, they're an asset on Optimism that behave exactly like an ENS name, and they also, the owner of that token has the power to control the matching Web2 domain as well. So by bridging, combining ENS with DNS, we've created we've created an asset that controls a self-sovereign username and a website and an email address. So we've brought all those three together. And we really think that this is the future of online identity. And I get our number, we have two really key learnings. One is that, and if there's one thing that I want to impart on everyone here, is that domain names and Web3 usernames are actually pretty complicated things. Most of the world doesn't really want to get into the advanced features of their domain name and set DNS records and set DNSSEC, and they don't want to talk about gasless DNSSEC and CCP read, right? And by combining these two things, we've almost made it a little bit more complex. So we're actually trying to develop a product that is better for the user, right? They can go to any app, they can bring their username with them, they can bring their data with them. Apps like PayPal can implement reverse resolution to give their users more security. They could be proving that that user is a person, through identity. So our product is trying to make it better for everybody. But where we are in the stage of development is it's actually still very complicated. So just remember, I think my learning is that we're trying to abstract away this complexity as much as possible, and teach people what they can use it for. And then the second thing I would say is that I think we're still really limited by great use cases, right? Like what we really need are apps like PayPal, Venmo to be issuing these names and accepting self-sovereign usernames from their users. I think it's a great first step, and I'm excited to hear more about the roadmap here. It's an amazing first step to have a major app like that, accepting the forward resolution. And what we need is more established app developers that are acknowledging self-sovereign usernames as the way for users to interact. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I think one of the things that I think about your product that I like the most is like your .box can be your website, it can be your email, it can be your on-chain identifier. It like allows you to take your brand and make it extensible in a way that wasn't really possible before. So I think that's one of the things I find really exciting about what you're working on. And one of the things kind of coming out of your point that this is for the whole panel to think about is like, kind of like, what do you think the biggest friction point you're seeing now with mainstream users starting to enter Web3, and how are you approaching it? Like one way that I kind of think about the problem is, should we be abstracting away the complexity of the chain, or is it our responsibility to kind of like teach the user kind of like these new patterns? Like how do you think about that as you're working on your products?
Sure. Love this question. So I'd say in terms of friction points for users, one area, maybe a show of hands, who here has used a faucet recently to get a drip on maybe a new chain? Okay, a lot of hands. One area that we've helped solve for at Google, you can shameless shill here, you can Google this, but we have a cloud Web3 portal where we're actually hosting faucet drips, right? So you can go to the Google Cloud Web3 portal, you can click on faucet, you sign in with your Gmail account, you can get a drip of ETH testnet tokens. We support other L1s and other L2s. And this is something that was a bit of a friction point, I think, for a lot of users, and especially a lot of protocol teams that came to us saying, hey, we're trying to manage our faucet drips. We're sort of fighting this battle of industrial airdrop farming, and we need some infrastructure, right, to help on this endpoint. So since launching that portal, we've seen a lot of uptake among devs who just want a quick, frictionless way to get a drip, get that testnet drip. And I think that's one area that's really lowered a lot of dev friction, because if you can just lower that drip, the dev, she or he can just get to work, right? Start building dApps, building contracts, and innovating. I'd say a second area that we've really focused on in terms of helping is getting. Who here runs an indexer? Maybe a VM, a Kubernetes cluster. You're scraping an RPC endpoint, sucking off, okay, pulling all the archive blocks. That's also a bit of a challenge. And then how do you get that off-chain, into a cloud scale stack, right? Say you want to run an ML model against all historical ETH data, or the tip of the chain in Solana. These are very challenging infrastructure problems. And another pain point I think we've helped solve for is just getting all that on-chain data, taking it off-chain, putting it into cloud scale tools like the BigQueries, or we have a public, we have PubSub data streaming, where you can just, again, empower developers to build very lightweight off-chain tools so they can just get to work and get to innovating. And so if you have a developer here maybe innovating on a new ENS V2 or trying to scrape ENS transactions from ENS Vision, right? That's an off-chain task. And I think that's the key, is just give the developers the tool they need so they can just quickly innovate and just lower that friction.
Well, when you think about the friction that a pure decentralized architecture causes, and I'm talking from the old days of self-sovereign identity, and in those days we were issuing verifiable credentials to users for their COVID vaccination. So they had their COVID passport around. But those protocols that we used in the old day, again, very decentralized, setting up connections, accepting the connections or rejecting them, going through the workflow of obtaining your vaccination record, and then accepting that record or rejecting it. All of that caused so much friction that we really spent maybe out of 100 credentials that we were issuing, maybe about 13 credentials were never issued because the user just didn't know what to do with those workflows. We learned the lessons. We of course spend the time trying to educate them, but that just does not work. I mean, think about those Apple products, how you can just grab them and run with them. So it really is the market who determines the adoption, and it drives your design rather than the opposite, right? Where I design something which engineering understands fully, test understand fully, product managers understand fully, but the market is not ready. So we have to really strive to abstract that complexity from the user experience. And I think, not to brag, but I think the recent Density has been very successful in that regard. Our user base is really traditional Web 2.0 users. The 80-year-old grannies from AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons. Those are, some of our users. And we removed all of that complexity as I was mentioning. And we make it so easy for them to actually verify themselves and to share their verifications with whoever they want. So yeah, I think us as the implementers of these technologies, we have to strive for a better user experience.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's a mix of both. I mean, you can educate users, and in Venmo and PayPal, Crypto Hub, we have educational content specifically for that. Other exchanges like Coinbase, they have educational content where you can earn rewards. That's fine, and that's good, but you're only educating the users that want to be educated. And at the end of the day, you want to build the user experience that users don't have to think about what they're doing. When I receive a Venmo request from anyone, I don't need to understand the intricacies of ACH and how bank payment flows work. I just get a push notification and I pay my friends, and it's that simple. I think there's obviously a need for that educational piece, but at the same time, you need to build the user experience where users don't have to think if they don't want to. They just click and move things without even reading. And ultimately, at the end of the day, that's what a good user experience really is.
Yeah, I was going to give you guys some stats. So in the traditional domain world, there are about 300 million domain names that have been created. And most of those are it's like a business-to-business product primarily. It's businesses that stand up a website and use that domain as their email address. And what ENS has done is they've unlocked this dream that the domainers have always had, that a domain name could be a personal identity, right? Like the domain industry has always looked and said, I want 6 billion users. I don't want 300 million. I want 6 billion. And ENS's technology, we believe, has now unlocked that opportunity. And it's so very early still. And so like I'm so excited about the key friction points are around a wallet, around gas fees, right? And around getting currency in your wallet on the right chain. And so what you guys are doing with Namechain is really, really, really exciting. And it's a massive step ahead in abstracting. I think the key is about abstraction. I think we could have webinars 24/7 explaining the technical details of what we have today, and it wouldn't actually help. But getting the ability for apps like PayPal to accept self-sovereign identity and issue those identities, and for the user to not even realize necessarily that they're transacting on chain, that's the key. That's going to get us from 14 million ENS names, which is an incredible achievement. But that's what's going to take us from 14 million to 100 million in the next couple of years.
And then 6 billion. No, I love that. I think that makes a ton of sense. And I think one of the fun parts about Namechain, as we've been working on it, has been it's an exercise in abstraction, because it's like, how many of these features and opportunities can we surface to the user while making that experience feel really seamless? And so trying to work through that pattern of like abstracting things away, but making sure that users have ownership and the ability to like verify, they don't have to trust, is like super important. So I think bringing that ethos into the products as we start to abstract is going to become more and more important, because crypto Twitter loves to be pedantic about how to do things, but users don't care. And so these like little infights we have don't matter if we're not serving the users at the end of the day. All right, so then one other question for you all. So like, what are, as folks that like sit between Web 2 and Web 3, I'm kind of curious if you have any insight into like, what are users asking for that's uniquely enabled by Web 3, and how has this shaped like kind of like your product design? And I can give like a first example. So at ENS, like a lot of our community members really care about ownership and autonomy in that ownership. So it's their name, they can do what they want with the name and leverage it how they wish. And so like a part of the Namechain design was making sure it was backwards compatible. So if your name is on L1 today and we make this extension of the protocol to L2, you don't have to change anything. Your experience will stay the same way because you own your name and you have autonomy over it. So this was like a guiding principle for us in the design of Namechain. So I'm curious if there's anything you're all hearing kind of sitting between Web 2 and Web 3 that's like helping shape your product decisions and the conversations you're having.
One of the things I'm most excited about is in the Web 2 world, if you want to run promotions, like pricing promotions, you've got to go and do collaborations or complex partnerships with other companies, and you've got to say like, hey, if your users do this, then we'll give them discounting. And so now like we're building this product, and it's my first product in Web 3, and we're working on promo pricing, but we don't need to have partnerships with anybody to do that, because we can say, we can just say, oh, if you own your .eth as an example, come over here, prove it to me. I'll look at your wallet, I'll look at your on-chain history, and based on that, I can programmatically define some promotional pricing for you. So that's something our users are asking for, something we're working on, and something that I think is like uniquely empowered by working on chain with ENS. Yeah.
Yeah, I love this question. So I think from a product perspective at Google, I can probably tell a story. So we had a product we launched about a year and a half ago called Blockchain Node Engine, and this is really aimed for devs that need really a utility-grade, global scale way to read and write to Ethereum, full stop, right? Where you could hit it with high velocity RPC requests in, do a lot of high-speed reads out, and it was really built and designed for big power users, right? So this might be FSIs, these might be MEV explorers or searchers, or maybe block builders. But more recently, we launched another product on the other end of the extreme, which is a free RPC product, right? Where any dev, she or he can just go to our site and use an API endpoint to pull from RPC from ETH L1, and it's available now. And we learned a lot in that sense, where a lot of devs just wanted something lightweight to get going. They don't need a Kubernetes-powered, globally distributed, big backend, right, with ISOC protection and auditing enabled. They just want something lightweight, just to read and write from chain. And maybe zooming out a bit from the weeds there, I think a lot of developers, there's two ways to talk to the chain. The easy way to talk to the chain is you just want to talk to the tip of the chain. What happened in the past 6 blocks or 12 blocks in terms of, did my X copy purchase go through, or did I get that NFT, whatever it might be. But some devs, they might want to hit an RPC endpoint and do a very expensive RPC call. You might be doing an archive call where you're trying to get a deep transaction to maybe pull up a wallet profile. And that's computationally expensive and very challenging. And so at least one of the learnings we had in our free RPC offering that we launched a couple months ago, we've abstracted away the type of function call you're using. So if it's a lightweight function call or that more computationally expensive archive call, hey, it's all free, right? We worry about it on the back end in terms of the complexity, and we can scale that. But we're pretty excited about that because back to the simplicity, how can you just make the developer's life a bit easier and maybe not put the burden on them to find the right type of RPC call in terms of the cost to get what they need? Ideally, can you make it all a commodity in some way?
I just want to quickly add, I like something that Josh mentioned and translated to the identity aspect. We all know that our identity not only consists of, just one dimension, right? I'm a father, I have hobbies, at work. All of these are different personas. And I think what domains enable in the Web3 world is really the ability to segment those personas. And then to choose what you share publicly and to choose what you actually hold privately. And so I like what you said about, how you can create offers on your first-party data to really truly customized and tailored towards your digital identity, or your personas within your identity.
It's a great, I wish I could have used those words. It's a great, creating offers based on your first-party data. That's exactly what we're trying to do, and we're starting off with some very basic pricing type stuff, but we have a lot of imagination for what other types of offers that we can get to in the future.
Cool. And then last thing will be, would love for you guys, there's a lot of people in the room that are builders that are hoping that their products, sit on the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3. What advice do you have for the builders here in the room and the people watching kind of at home? And then how could they and then feel free to share anything about yourself and what you're working on that you'd like people to check out. Just go down the line. Josh, if you don't mind starting.
Yeah, sure. So my advice, I've given already a fair bit of advice. Focus on the user experience. But no, also I'd say, the most important thing for success in this market right now is partnership and collaboration. I don't think that the biggest marketing budget you could ever find isn't really going to help you yet. We're not there at this stage of scaling in our product. So focus on where you can find those great partners, and mine in particular really started with 3DNS. So Paul Gavros here, he's an incredibly talented developer. He helped us figure out our vision and ENS Labs. So we wouldn't be anywhere without them. But I think that's the most important thing for anybody trying to build in this space right now, is to find the right partners.
Yeah, and I'd say as a dev, you have two customers, right? Again, you have that champion, right, in the enterprise or in the Web 2 space where you're ideally finding an area where Web 3 can solve Web 2 real-world problems, right? And maybe that's identifying fake data, maybe that's social-fi or proof of engagement or marketing concepts. But as a developer, really, again, thinking like that champion and really helping them. And then maybe secondly, user simplicity, right? I think a year ago, things were very complicated in terms of minting and the like, but again, things like passkeys, the space is really, I think, compressed in terms of that complexity, so make things simple.
Yeah, I don't have a technical background. I'm on the product side, but I listen to people, and my DMs are open, and if you're messaging me something or you're posting about Venmo or PayPal on Twitter or Reddit, I'm going to see it, and I'm going to take that back to our team. And I do have influence on some of the roadmap decisions that we make at Venmo and PayPal Crypto, and I don't think there's any better opportunity than an event like this at DevCon or other conferences to learn and meet people and hear their opinion and what they're looking for from a company like Venmo and PayPal.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat abstract complexity. Partnerships are definitely huge, but I think the biggest thing that you have to focus on is actually solve a real problem. It really is about the problem, not about what technology you use, because it's just cool. It's just solve a real problem.
All right, awesome. Solve real problems. I think that's the perfect way to end this. So thank you, everyone. Give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
All right, thank you to our earlier panelists for speaking about the intersection of bridging Web 2 and Web 3. One of the things that with building, if you're building a product on the Web 2, Web 3 intersection, or you're a user, or you want to see your favorite Web 2 company, be it like the PayPals of the world or others, integrate Web 3, honestly, the best thing is to use your voice. I think sometimes when a big Web 2 company integrates like a small Web 3 feature, one of the feedback that we hear is, oh, wow, we're so surprised that the feedback was so positive from like people who like crypto. And the thing is, crypto folks are certainly loud. It shows through, certainly politics, but also product decisions. So the best thing to advocate for Web 2, Web 3, honestly, like is also from a user perspective, to use your voice. Now, earlier we had the very exciting announcement about Namechain. One of the discussions and one of the things we think a lot internally is really, let's say the obvious: does the world need another layer 2? Does the world need another layer 2 built on Ethereum? And we've thought about the question a lot and really thinking through what approach makes the most sense. And what role should we play in the Ethereum ecosystem? Some of you may or may not know this, but ENS was actually spun out of the Ethereum Foundation in 2017. This was when Nick Johnson was still there. And the project ENS was actually spun out of the Ethereum Foundation. So it's not just that our roots are rooted in the Ethereum Foundation, but even as we've built all of these years, we think a lot through and about how do we ultimately align ourselves the best with the ethos of Ethereum, and that is decentralization, truly in every sense of that word. And as we think through the best way to build out the L2, achieving a certain level of decentralization, even upon launch, becomes increasingly important. So we're going to take a 10-minute break for now, but I'm sure a lot of you are going to want to hear the answers from no other than Vitalik himself. So we're going to take a quick break, come back in 10 minutes, and we will welcome none other than Vitalik to the stage. Okay, everyone, apologies for cutting the coffee break short, but I promise this is a very worthy reason. Take a seat. Our next speaker literally needs no introduction, as I'm sure you all know. And the talk will be titled, Making ENS Future-Proof for Ethereum. Everyone, welcome Vitalik.
Okay, thank you. Okay, great. So ENS, we've all known and loved ENS for, it's been over 9 years now. Who here has had an ENS name for more than 5 years? Okay, more than 7 years? More than 10 years? Okay, good. That was like good. That was a control. Okay, so Ethereum has been changing quite a bit recently, right? And I think one of the things that's worth talking about is basically going through some of the ways in which ENS would benefit from changing in order to adapt to all of the changes that are happening on the Ethereum side, right? So, big topic this year: Ethereum is scaling. Okay. So, there's like a chart that I've shown like 10 times, and I'll probably show 10 more times this week, that shows layer 2 fees dropping from about 40 cents to about 0.4 cents. And so like everything is great, and we can temporarily declare victory, but realistically we'll have to actually do things like peer DOS and then keep improving data sampling and improve bandwidth over time to keep making sure that we're covering all of our new users. In general, layer 2s, I think, have been very successful, to the point where, at this point, the main topic everyone's complaining about them is that there's like so many amazing layer 2s that we need to figure out how to move between them. So, lots of different stuff actually happening on all of these, right? And so one of the questions is basically, well, how does ENS need to adapt in order to interact with the layer 2 verse, right? And I think here there's exactly two topics that are kind of crucial, right? So one of them is that your ENS name might be stored on an L2, and the other one is that your ENS name might contain your addresses on different layer 2s. And it's worth like talking about these two separately, right? So one of them, obviously, we want ENS names to be affordable, and so far ENS is primarily a system that's on L1. And the challenge with L1 is that L1 transaction fees can get pretty high. Today, they're pretty affordable, but even still, we don't want a system where, in order to generate a name on the system, you have to pay a fee of like $3. We want the fee to reliably be, let's say, less than 5 cents, right? Once you get to the less than 5 cent level, then if someone doesn't have any cryptocurrency at all, then you're going to find entities that are just willing to like subsidize the fees and help people register for free if they pass like some kind of basic anti-Sybil check, right? At $3, nobody's going to do that long term. So your ENS name, in order for it to be affordable, needs to be stored on an L2, and in particular, you need the ability to register it on an L2. So not register on L1, move to layer 2, but actually register directly on an L2. And so historically, there's been two techniques for doing this, right? One of them is, again, I'll call it ERC 3668. I know it's like also supposed to be called CCIP read, but then every time I mention CCIP read, there's like 100 Chainlink people on Twitter that mention like hey, Vitalik is mentioning Chainlink, but actually it's like CCIP read is like not actually connected to Chainlink. So okay, ERC 3668, right? So basically, this is the idea that like you can set up subdomains of a domain on any layer 2 that you want, right? So like someone could put up, I think OptiNames does this, right? It's like something like optinames.eth is like on layer 1, and then it's set up with a CCIP read, and then you can set up a subdomain of it entirely on layer 2, and then the resolution process basically checks L1 first. It sees that the L1 has an ERC 3668 contract set up, and then it follows the instructions on that contract to accept state proofs of an L2 and then use a pure function to actually verify them, right? So that's one technique, and then the other technique, of course, is like ENS itself moving to some kind of canonical L2, that would ideally be some kind of minimum based rollup, right? And like it seems like there is a future where some degree of both end up happening. So that's the ENS name being stored. The other question, of course, is your ENS name might contain your addresses on different layer 2s. And I think so far we've been a little bit in this dreamland mode where you just assume that your address is the same everywhere. And that's like okay for some things, but there are going to be edge cases, especially as smart contract wallets start to become more prevalent, right? And if you want smart contract wallets to be more prevalent, then your ENSNet record, your address might end up being different on different chains, right? And I think also in general, like it starts to make more pragmatic sense to be able to have different addresses on different chains. And I think solutions to this problem are going to end up being like pretty nicely forward compatible to other things I'll talk about in a few minutes that we need to do anyway. But basically, yeah, there are already standards for this, right? And this is something that just like needs to be better adopted and just needs to have like much easier UX flow, right? And these two might be disjoint, right? So like vitalik.base.eth might end up containing my Tycho address at some point, right? So it's worth like thinking about both of these. And I think in general, right, the core message in the past year has basically been that Ethereum is like switching to being an L2 centric ecosystem, and so everything that is built needs to be built with both the possibility of activity on L1 and the possibility of activity on all kinds of L2s in mind, right? So that was topic 1. So now let's talk about topic 2. Topic 2 is the rise of protocols other than EVM addresses, right? And this is like, I think, a really important one. Basically, so far we've been talking about EVM addresses, but really there's like a lot of stuff other than EVM addresses that is crazy important. So one very trivial example is that Ethereum has L2s that are not EVM based, right? So Fuel exists. Fuel, at least the original, is still one of only 2 stage 2 rollups in existence. So let's give Fuel a much-deserved round of applause. But of course, Fuel managed to do this like 4 years before everyone else by having a design that's much simpler than a full EVM. And so, and then basically you have Starknet, and Starknet is also not an EVM system. And then you're going to have IntMax, and like you're going to have all kinds of different systems pop up that are not necessarily EVM, and you want like the ENS to store addresses for that. That's like one subcategory of this. Another subcategory of this is privacy protocols, right? So stealth addresses are this technique that's existed in Bitcoin land for basically the past like almost 10 years, and it's starting to be used in Ethereum land more. Like there's a couple of implementations of this. There's, I think ERC 5564 is the stealth address registry. Tony Vashtader and like a bunch of others have been doing some great work on this recently. The idea of a stealth address is basically that it's like or at least what I call a meta address, right? A stealth meta address is that if someone has your stealth meta address, they can combine that with their private information in order to generate an address where that address is controllable by you, but where that address has no public link to you. And then the private information that the sender generates, they basically put an encrypted copy of it on chain. And then as the recipient, you would just like walk through all of the encrypted copies, and then you would figure out which ones to decrypt, and then you'd be able to extract that information, and then you'd be able to see the coins yourself, right? So the use case for this is like, imagine a charity that is trying to accept money, but then they don't want like the money to be just like instantly all visible as donations to the charity, right? They might want to have a public dashboard that shows the total they've received. They might even want to do some fancy ZK thing that shows how many unique people they've received money from, but they don't necessarily want to like literally show every single link and every single donor, right? And the point of all of this privacy technology is to like actually give people that choice. So with a stealth address is basically charity can publish a stealth address, and with that stealth address, anyone can go and generate an address controlled by that charity, and then they can send their money to that, and it's not publicly linkable, but the charity controls it. So this is nice, but if we want this to be compatible with this to work really nicely, then like your .eth ENS address should also be able to be a stealth address, right? So this is just one other one of these really natural use cases. So that's topic 2. Now let's also talk about topic 3. Topic 3 is the rise of off-chain data. So basically, there's increasing amounts of work in storing reputation data, other kinds of data off-chain, right? And this is ZooPass, this project that started a year and a half ago and is still being used in a bunch of places. And there's starting to be other projects too that are doing like more and more data storage off-chain. Today, relatively little of this happening because like dumping everything on chain even when you don't have to is just so friggin' convenient. And I think historically it's like we've been saying, oh, eventually it'll be off chain because it'll be free. But then when an on-chain transaction is 0.4 cents, it's like, do you even care? And so maybe like the laziness argument might win, but really the reason to put some of this data off chain is just privacy, right? You don't want like all of the data about your life history and things that you want to prove about your life history to be public. And furthermore, like it's better, like sure you could keep it encrypted or whatever, but like you don't even want the risk of encrypted data being decrypted like 10 years in the future when like quantum computers come out and then suddenly everyone's like scrambling and like, oh my god, no, I used this like extra privacy preserving option so that I'd have to spend 15 seconds less on my railway and my ZK proving, and then now everything I ever did is public, right? So guys, privacy protocol Dows, so like don't do that, right? But the challenge is that like obviously there's this like entire UX rabbit hole of making that work better, and basically it's like instead of Ethereum wallets just being asset custody wallets and like authority managing wallets, and I think Ethereum wallets are also going to have to be data wallets. And then if you're also a data wallet, then you also have to worry about the problem of data backup, and there's this like whole other ecosystem that basically needs to be built out, right? And so you're going to get, I think, a lot of reputation data, a lot of other data stored off-chain. Also, there's a lot of Web 2 data that is off-chain by default, right? So passport, your like social media, follower count, any kind of reputation score, like anything that online Web 2 actors say about you is off-chain by default. And so the question of like, within ENS, basically, I see this growing desire to try to be this like neutral open source, like standard for where to put your social profile. And, you put your profile picture on chain, you put like a link to your header on chain and everything. And this question of like, well, what is the intended plan for how that vision ends up interacting with off-chain data, I think is one of those topics. Topic 4 also, application-specific wallets, right? This is like a trend that's been growing for a while, and I think, I used to be like more against this. I think now I'm more pro this. And basically, so Status, Ethereum-based encrypted decentralized messenger. It includes its own built-in wallet. Farcaster, Ethereum-based social media. Also, Warpcast, the app, has its own built-in wallet. There's like more and more of these apps that are doing this, right? And I think arguably this trend is good because it's the best way to make apps that are friendly to both crypto noobs and pros. And the reason why I say this is because if you just think of like first-time user acquisition, if downloading your thing requires telling someone else to first go download this other thing, and then this other thing also has this like weird 12-word seed phrase process, then like your conversion rate just like drops by like 90%, right? And so like for that reason, right, I think it's pragmatic for applications to just like come with a wallet attached. And then for pros, basically, I think what you want is you want a way to like link one of these wallets to your existing wallet and to just make your existing wallet the recovery route of any of these application wallets that you create, right? It just makes a lot of pragmatic sense. This is what I did with Farcaster because like people don't want to have to like lug around 100 accounts that are not connected to each other. You want your Ethereum route to just be the recovery route of everything. So then like Dan Finlay has been doing good work around this with the delegatable framework. So the question is basically like, how does this side of things interact with ENS? Should it necessarily even interact with ENS? Is there like basically, yeah, if you get to like users having lots of application-specific wallets, is this something that ENS needs to have a relationship with? I don't know, but this is also one of those questions that's worth thinking about, right? So I think basically the ideal goal for ENS, right, is that like it feels like this is the direction that you guys are going already, right, which is basically like being the home of a user's social profile, right? It's like I register. Okay, cool, fine. Okay. Okay. I hope you're not like clapping. I hope you're clapping for the ENS devs and not for like me getting a profile only after 6,508 other people have done the same. Yeah, clap to the 6,508 people who front run me. That's good. But basically, you know, ideal goal is like you want ENS to be the home of a user social profile, and you know, you have your Vitalik.eth, and then you have like a link to the URL of the, you know, the circle, like head picture, whatever you're supposed to call that, and then you have a link to the, you know, the banner picture, and then ideally, I think so far, like I set either one of both of these to just be links, but then like I mean, it should be friendly to be links, but ideally it should just be on IPFS, and then you start to have other kinds of links, and then like link to various profiles, and then you have the ENS like follow protocol, so lots of this cool stuff happening. And like it feels to be like the thing that you're trying to shoot toward is basically having this like baseline of information that any kind of social protocol can just go and plug into, right? And so if you create a new social protocol, then users can just sign into it, and they just immediately have all of their follows, they have all of their content, they have all of their users, and the whole thing is just like super convenient, right? And so it's basically like instead of a social app being like a Reddit where you have to like bootstrap a Reddit, it's like if you make a social app, you're like bootstrapping a subreddit, right? And you have all of the freedom to like implement whatever arbitrary features you want, arbitrary, you know, like types of content, arbitrary user interface, arbitrary, you know, like your own community moderation. But then at the same time, you have like the convenience of like Reddit level account system and relationships and all of that stuff already figured out, right? So like I think it's a great vision, and it would be amazing to like actually see this like pushed forward more. The question is like basically, you know, how does this work with you know, like one is off-chain data, and two, application specific wallets, and then obviously of course layer 2s, right? Because like Farcaster, I mean, they obviously already have subdomains, it's all layer 2, and like realistically all of this is going to need to be on layer 2 for it to be viable long term, right? Like right now, I'm basically paying $3 every time I publish a new post. I mean, it's like, well, okay, it's like actually like, you know, like some weird probability distribution. It's like, you know, in Dungeons and Dragons terms, it's like either 1d6 or 2d6, depending on the weather, right? So, you know, like ideally you want that to be like measured in cents instead of in dollars, and like potentially less than that, right? But basically, you know, you want like off-chain data, app-specific wallets, layer 2s. So conclusions, right? I've always seen ENS as being Ethereum's single most successful non-financial application, though. Okay. See, I can never predict what people are going to clap at, right? Okay. Ba black sheep, have you any wool? Okay. Okay, wow, this crowd is easy to please. Like, you guys don't even need speakers. You just, like, put up a dog here and you'll clap, right? Okay, so ENS is well-suited to be a core piece of infra for non-financial applications. ENS is not just an application, ENS is infra. And I know there's like this like concern, there's like overcomplicated zoo of infra, way too many things that just don't talk to each other, and they're just like Me Too protocols that are trying to get VC revenue, whatever. But like, I don't know, ENS I think is like great infra, and this is like incredibly valuable and and like unloved, underloved stuff. But fortunately, this room loves it, which is good. So ENS is good, but I think ENS obviously needs to continue to improve and update to fit some key technology trends. Okay, fine, that sounded like awful marketing speak. I'll just say what the trends are again. Like, basically, you know, like one is switch to L2s, two is non-EVM protocols, and like I think including like non-EVM L2s, but also including privacy protocols, 3 off-chain data, and 4 potentially like the users having like more addresses and even many addresses. And like all of these things tie into each other, right? So like, for example, to me, the most one of the most viable paths for Ethereum to like have somewhat more privacy is if we can have application-specific wallets, and then we can normalize using some kind of privacy protocol to like at least do transfers between applications. Like that feels more realistic than like boil the oceaning and trying to like make everything ZK'd automatically, right? But then like ENS will have to interact with that as well. And I guess you know, looking forward to the decentralized social future. Yay! Okay.
Give it up for Vitalik, everyone. Thank you so much. While thank you, Vitalik. So while Namechain is really just step one in the ENS V2 direction, clearly there's still a lot of work left to do. And I'm really glad Vitalik left on the note of, you know, what does the decentralized social future look like? What are the applications that can be enabled? This is a perfect segue to our next section. So our next panel will be moderated by Greg from ENS Labs, and it will feature builders who are building products on top of or in the ENS ecosystem. Just wanted to also shout out that aside from the main stage talk right now, there's also lightning talks going on downstairs in the living room. These feature more builders from the ENS ecosystem. If any of you here are curious about what the experience is building on ENS, there is a lightning talk downstairs with demos, one right now and then another one at 2 p.m. So go down for that or stay here for the next panel. So Greg, I'm going to hand it to you to introduce our next panelists.
Okay, hey everybody. Give me a second. Okay, so next up we have a panel titled Unleashing the Power of Decentralized Identity, which I think will be a good one. On this panel we have 3 guests, Arthur from Linea, Slobo from Namestone, and Paul from 3DNS. So help me welcome them to the stage, please. Okay, cool. We will try to follow up Vitalik, but we'll see how that goes. And so instead of introing these guys myself, I'm just going to start with a question where you guys could maybe describe what you're working on and stuff. Basically, what are you building and why did you choose to build it on ENS? We could start with you, Paul.
Hey guys, my name's Paul. I'm the founder of 3DNS. For those of you that don't know what we're doing at 3DNS, we're doing on-chain domain names that are ICANN compliant. So we're the first on-chain ICANN accredited domain name registrar. I started it about a year and a half or 2 ago as a way to take ENS names, integrate them into traditional Web 2 names, and try to bridge the gap between ENS and DNS. We launched the first fully on-chain TLD with intercap.box, and now are pretty focused on just building out different use cases to show people what you can do with these on-chain RWAs and so on.
And real quick, for people that might not know, what is ICANN and why is 3DNS and I guess .box and what you mentioned unique compared to other domain systems?
Yeah, ICANN is the governing body for domain names, right? So anything that you type into a browser, right, .coms, .nets, .orgs, those go to root name servers, and then they go and they resolve, right, that website that you see, right? So ICANN approves and has a ton of different rules and regulations around basically making the internet accessible, right? They're pretty focused on how just non-technical users can do it, right? So in doing so, we've had to bridge a lot of gaps with the complexities of crypto to make it so that it's less scary and it's reliable and it's user friendly and just works.
Sweet. Now, Slobo, what are you building and why on ENS?
Hi everyone, I'm Slobo.eth. That's the name I go by because that's the way I view myself. I've discarded Alex because I don't think that name is immutable and fully mine, where Slobo.eth is. I am the founder of Namestone.xyz, which makes subnames easy for ENS, and we basically take CCIP read technology, wrap it into a REST API that any dev can use and spin up subnames super easy. And it's important because ENS is like multiple layers, and the easier it gets, the more people are going to use it, and lots of powerful use cases are possible because of it. And really, ENS Namestone is able to be is able to give a lot of ability for developers.
Awesome. And now Arthur.
Hey everybody. So Arthur, I'm product manager at Linea, so ZK-EVM chain layer 2. And one of the multiple things that we are doing is like creating some building blocks for identity. And so on the ENS side, what we build is the Linea names, which is subdomains for Linea, fully trustless, fully compatible with ENS, where basically anywhere ENS resolve, we are resolving to. And so, yeah, like as Vitalik described very well in this talk, like it makes ENS domain super affordable. We have increasing adoption, right? 400 and 1,000 names at the moment. It's one of the things that we are doing, and then we have also other building blocks where we hope that protocols will help create the next use case around identity on Linea. So our proof of humanity system, which we use for enabling Sybil resistance across the chain, but especially for ENS, because on Linea names, like domains are free for user, except like the few cents you pay for the gas fees. And there is Verax as well, which is our attestation registry. I like to call this the NFT on steroid for credential, badges, and our proof of humanity system is basically all managed on Verax and all transparent.
Very cool. And always fun to have a non-North American accent on the stage as well.
Yeah.
Nice. And so we have 3 different products that range obviously pretty vastly. But next question would be, how are people using your products today? And I think more interestingly, what are some unexpected or just like unique use cases that you didn't really expect when creating it, but just caught your eye as like, oh, that's cool. And maybe we'll just go the same direction down.
Yeah, that's a good question, right? It's how are people actually, using what we're building, right? So 3DNS is tokenizing traditional domain names. So the most kind of obvious answer, or the simplest use case, is just traditional websites. There's a lot of friction with traditional domain names, especially around buying a domain name that somebody else owns, right? So crypto kind of unlocks a lot of easier rails for how you can sell and buy a domain name, right, as an NFT. They work on marketplaces, so that the traditional 2 to like 16 week transaction times for buying a domain name through traditional escrow services now can be reduced down to minutes or even less, and then a lot of like interesting kind of use cases that we're focused on and playing around with, right, are how do you take these domain names that are also identities and are addresses where money can be forwarded, and how do you turn them into like, on-chain or digital businesses, right? So that's kind of like a big thing that kind of excites us now. And we're looking forward to kind of building that out more.
Nice. Yeah. Escrow is a very natural use case of smart contracts, and so cool to see it come to, I guess, a unique market. Slobo, any unexpected ways that people are using your products out in the wild?
Yeah, so I think the most interesting use case I've seen is because ENS lets you have a kind of website associated with it through a content hash. We had one client who used the exact same address for all the names, like their ETH address, but the website was different, and it was more like managing their deploy schedule. To be honest, I still don't understand it, but it's sort of like, I think that's actually the cool stuff is I've never expected people to just lean into that decentralized website component of ENS, and if it's gasless, I'm sure Vitalik said, it costs him $3. If he used a gasless solution, it would be less. Probably wrong vibes. But the point is, it's like there's so much capabilities of ENS, and just making it gasless or cheap just makes people be creative, and that's what I love to see.
Very cool. Yeah, I think content hash is an aspect of ENS. For those of you who don't know, it allows you to store some sort of decentralized content along with an ENS name, whether it's an on-chain ENS name, like a .eth, or off-chain. And so off-chain ENS names that have a content hash is just something that we don't see much of. And so cool to see that people are building that out with your products. And now, Arthur, any unique ways that people have been using linear names?
Yeah, so all that we are doing basically is open source, at least all that I described, right? And actually we documented and we welcome like people to build on it. And so that has created some interesting things. So linear names, it's based on the CCIP stack, right? CCIP read to be precise. And so we saw multiple protocols starting to use it for some use case. So there is the LibreFree team, which is basically, I love the use case. They are creating a decentralized library to download free books. I think at some point, and maybe it's still the case, they were the biggest issuer of ENS names, actually, because they want to use the ENS name to have like a immutable, or at least a decentralized pointer to each books. And people are minting it. It was on the layer 1, which was a bit costly, and so they fully migrated to Linea to manage this. So that has been a fun use case. We have a cool NFT collection as well on Linea, which is called eFrogs, and basically they fork the stack, and now like each NFT holder, like say you are 1122 eFrog, now you can have your 1122.efrogs.eth that resolves to your address, and if it's a transfer, like the name will be transferred with it, or at least the resolution. So that was a cool use case. Same thing for the proof of humanity that I described. Like at some point, I mean, Sybil resistance is a big problem in the space. So we are putting all the data on chain, free for everybody to use. And so we have like just teams that decided to take this data to do their own airdrop, for instance, instead of like relying to like paid services to identify Sybil, for instance. So, yeah.
Very cool. It's like you created a consumer tool, you open sourced it, and then developers are now using it to build their own consumer tools with your code. And I think that's just like such a fun thing that happens in crypto that really just doesn't happen in other places. So really cool to hear. And I guess getting a bit more technical, you were talking about CCIP read and the verification and stuff like that. I guess why did you guys feel it was important to do that approach? What was kind of the process that you went about when you were building it? Maybe some learnings from it. I think just like that is very unique, and you guys were the first layer 2 to do that at scale. So I think it's worth highlighting.
Yeah, so basically the way CCIP read is that, as Vitalik described, you have a L1 contract that will revert and ask a gateway to fetch information somewhere for the contract. So it can be off-chain, but it can be on a layer 2, right? The thing is that like you can trust the gateway, right? But it's not decentralized, and you have like a risk of the gateway just sending like junk information. So what we did actually, like as all rollup, like Linea is backed by zero knowledge proof, right? And the state is settled on L1. So basically, that means that our gateway is fetching the information, who owns the domain, but also fetching like Merkle proof, so that then when the gateway responds to the L1 contract, it gives the proof, and the L1 contract is able to verify this proof against like the linear state that is posted on L1. So that makes it like fully trustless. And if you are, it's a very, very important point, because if you don't have that, basically you can get rugged anytime. You have to trust the gateway. So you might assume like gateways are like trusted in some case if it's like big L2s and so on, but they can still be compromised by hack. So you really need your name to be like fully decentralized, and otherwise like any transfer, like when you resolve your name, like they can send a junk address and you will just lose the funds that are sent to you. So it's really important.
Yeah, so it's like using off-chain infrastructure in order to scale things, but not relying on it fully and not trusting it fully. So it's like if the gateway was compromised and tried to lie, a contract on Ethereum, L1, would basically know that you're trying to lie and invalidate the result. So it's just, I think, a super unique and cool use case and a good implementation for what we want to see more of going forward, as Vitalik mentioned, and as we mentioned earlier as well. Cool. So, Paul, last time we talked in Singapore, I learned that 3DNS isn't actually the first majorly impactful thing that you've built on ENS. Do you want to share a little bit about the previous one, or maybe one of the previous ones?
Yeah, before I started 3DNS, I helped build CB.ID back at Coinbase. So CB.ID is actually the largest issuer of ENS names. I think there's 10 or 12 million subdomains that have been done now, right? And that was kind of what opened my eyes up first to kind of the impact that identity has on applications, right? When we were doing that back at Coinbase, we learned a lot about how it impacted, retention and ease of access just to users in crypto, right? If you gave them a subdomain, or if you gave them a way to make their wallet and address more personable, they felt a lot more comfortable, and they'd come back to the app more often, right? So that was kind of that was, I guess, how you could say my ENS journey, started. I mean, I had a .eth name before, right? But it was really that was like when I started building in the space.
Nice. Yeah. So it's like you started building CB.ID at Coinbase, which is now probably the most impactful onboarding experience that people have had with ENS. Like, there's this personal story that I like to tell where my mom's friend wanted an NFT that I created for something, and I asked her to send her address, which was really weird, and I didn't expect that she'd actually know what that meant and send something. And she sent me her CB.ID name. And I was like, oh, this is perfect, because when I ask somebody to send their wallet info to receive something, they understood the name right away. And that was thanks to Coinbase and CB.ID. So it's cool to see that you played a part in building that, and are still continuing to iterate on ENS and build more impactful things. So nice to have you around.
Thanks. That's super cool to hear. It is pretty crazy how small crypto is, right? Even though it's been around for a while now. How many people still don't understand these crazy kind of deep weeds that we're in every day, but we got to make it more accessible, and ENS really pioneered that. So.
Love it. Cool. And now, Slobo, I know for you, similar to myself, when you were getting into crypto, there are a lot of things that were just maybe wishy-washy, not super exciting, and ENS just was one of the first things to really stick. Why was that, and do you still kind of agree with your initial findings there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I got into, I've been aware of crypto for a long time, and then to me, I come from fintech, and it seemed like magic money, and usually magic money means scam. So I just avoided it to my own financial detriment, but that's neither here or there. Somehow, someone sent me an article on ENS, and I went and I registered, and I was so confused with the double transactions, and it's like I'm waiting 60 seconds. I didn't understand why. But then when I got it, I went to OpenSea, and I logged in, and all of a sudden, my name, Slobo.eth, populated cross-app, and I'm like, holy crap, this is structurally better than what Web 2 can deliver. It will win. And like that was the single light bulb moment that drove my involvement for ENS and will continue to drive it. So whenever I get, whenever the narratives get shaky, I kind of go back to that feeling, and even just like retelling that story now is just, that's the thing. It's my identity. It's my name. I don't need to go to all these different services to, you know, like get Slobo here and there. It's mine, and any app that builds on it, I get to bring the right amount of reputation with it. So it's so simple that even when you are like a novice in crypto, you just get it. And the last point is when I try to explain anything in crypto to my family or like my mother, I find that ENS is the easiest thing to explain, because I say, hey mom, you have a login for Instagram and you have a login for Facebook. But how great would it be if you just had one? And she just instantly gets it, even though she's never used Slack. So that's why I just love ENS, and I want to make it easy for other people to have that experience. And with L2 primary names coming, I think that's going to be the thing that kind of triggers it for everybody and all those entities.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect answer, and like goes along with the title here of unleashing the power of decentralized identity. It's like once you realize the power of decentralized identity and that ENS is this universal profile really across the internet, that's really just what clicks. And so I had a similar experience, but always cool to hear other perspectives. Cool. So we talked about good things about decentralized identity and like good progress, but what are some of the biggest issues that you maybe see or feel or hear about in the space today, whether it's from your projects that you've learned or others?
Yeah, I think there's two big things that are, you know, top of mind there, right? One is still the technical kind of barrier, right? How do you onboard non-crypto users, like non-technical users, to using these products? And then the other ones, you know, like why? Why should they use these, right? So there's kind of like two things we look at there, right? And that's like, how do you kind of add value, you know, to what you're building, but then also like, how do you make it accessible? You know, obviously everybody loves the smart contract wallets. I think that the big thing for me there is passkey integration, right? We've actually seen the Web 2 industry normalize the concept of passkeys, which I think like does us a massive favor with, you know, smart contract wallets, right? If we can get users comfortable using different, you know, password managers and using a passkey, okay, well now we can give them a crypto wallet in a way in which they don't know it's a crypto wallet. So I think that's one side, right? And then the other side is like okay, why should something be on chain is another big question, right? A lot of people are like, oh, like tokenize it, but like what does tokenizing it actually do? So I think like one of the things that really excites me about, you know, kind of bridging ENS names with domain names is like your ENS name is a payout address, right? So it's like, hey, where do you send my money? Your domain name is like, hey, what's your real estate, or like how do you actually view, you know, this business online? It's something that you can share, and I think like this final step is like, how do you now tie another asset to it, so that you can actually like create these, you know, digital businesses that produce yield that's, you know, not just financial stuff from like loans and lending assets and like derivatives and so on. Like I think that's kind of the big next step for crypto and the whole identity space is like, how do we bring other money into the ecosystem, and, you know, kind of open up non-financial use cases.
Yeah, in there you mentioned one of the hardest questions to answer sometimes is like, why bring things on chain? And not to grill you, but if somebody were to say, why should I register a domain name with 3DNS on chain? instead of with Namecheap. What's kind of like one or two points that you might have? And one of them, I'm sure, is the just like on-chain liquidity type of thing. But curious to hear any other ideas.
Yeah, no, that's a good one, right? It's so there's a couple things there, right? We launched ENS on Optimism. Optimism's an L2. The big reason that we did that is because gas fees are a massive barrier to entry for like users, right? Not only do you have to explain like a wallet, but then you have to explain that they have to spend this money just to like do something, right? So when we kind of come back to your question of like, hey, why should a domain name be tokenized, right? Why would you register one with 3DNS versus like GoDaddy or Namecheap? I think the big thing is it's like domains were in many ways the OG NFT. They're a digital real-world asset that people have traded and kind of like assigned value to for a long time, and they control like such an integral part of people's business, right? It's the presence online. So I think the crypto primitives make a lot of sense there, because I want an auditable trail of where my website points. I want to make sure that nobody can change those DNS records. I want to attach different financial information associated with my business. And then it just makes it easier to transact, right? Like if I'm going to buy a domain from you, there's no reason we should need a third party to escrow it. We should need to wait a couple weeks to be able to send money, right? So I think it's crypto was a very natural kind of like use case for domains because of that. And it'll only get better.
Good answer. Slobo, same question. What do you see as the biggest challenge for decentralized identity today?
Yeah, I think people just don't realize they need identities. I think it's education, because people know usernames, they know they have these logins, but I don't think they actually realize what it is. And I think if they did, they would be much more inclined to really own it, because you don't realize you're attached to a name. Like there's a story of multiple people on X whose name was taken, and if your name is never taken, you just kind of assume you own it. And it's not until it's taken from you and you're deprived of it, which happens really rarely, to the credit of Web 2. It's a great system for 99.9% of the people, but when it messes up, it doesn't work. So it's sort of like those people are instantly converted to like a digital like self-sovereign identity. But how do you convert the people without hurting them to begin with, right? It's like if we can just rug every Web 2 name, then it'll be an easy sell. But I don't know if that's the right societal balance there. So
that's a good point. It's almost hard to feel the value until you're forced to in some ways. So it's like the education part is definitely sometimes difficult there. Arthur, same question. What do you see as the biggest challenge for decentralized identity today?
Yeah, so I will try to complement both answers, but like first, it's like convenience. We touched on that. Like you were confused the first time you bought a ENS, like 2 transactions, like high fees and so on. Like we are not putting like the normies on it with this. So hopefully, like solution on L2 help with that, but it's not over, right? Like even on L2, you need like funds like to do the transaction and so on. Hopefully, we will solve that soon. But like it's something that we, as an industry, still need to work on a lot. The second one that I touch upon a bit is like what we call like trustlessness. Really, you don't want any weak link. Otherwise, it's not a decentralized identity. Like, I really love like cb.id. I think it's fantastic, but it's not something where you can build your full identity around, because like people can just take it away from you. Like Twitter, you can get deplatformed. It's the same thing. So we really need a system which is from A to Z fully decentralized. Like those are like the 2 main points, I would say.
So like one thing I want to add is like I love that there are different kind of grades of ENS that's possible, fully trustless to like fully controlled, and I think most people need multiple of them, and you need the right identity for the right use case. If I'm downloading a new wallet, I don't want to necessarily have an on-chain identity, and I don't really care that it could be like rugged for that perspective. But in other times, like you were saying, just like you want that to be cheap and unruggable.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, it was not like at all to discard. The only thing I'm saying is that if you want to build like one unique, strong idea, like it needs to be fully decentralized. But if it's just a way to like point to anyway, like you're on Coinbase, so like it makes sense, right, to have this cb.id. That's fine as well.
I'm gonna make a very contrarian statement here, and that it's our DIDs should be fully decentralized from a administrative standpoint, but not from a resolution standpoint, right? I think you do need some sort of, right, everybody's going to hate me for this, you do need some sort of censorship, right? And you do need some sort of like user protection, right? If you look at ICANN, and I think what's like really interesting here that people will slowly like learn more about is different TODs have different rules around what names can be pulled, right? And for users that really care, if they look at that, like some are very vague and ambiguous and other ones aren't, right? So what's really cool about the box TOD is that it's a very clear list, right? Like, hey, you can't do, you can't do stuff related to like child pornography or like very explicitly illicit things. But beyond that, right, it's like, okay, if you host your own site or you have like anything that falls outside of the terms of use, it's totally fine, right? So it's kind of this tricky balance of like how decentralized do you want things to be versus not, because there are good reasons for putting kind of rails in place. But I do think like the trustless resolution of addresses needs to be a standard everywhere, because if I get so used to typing in, like a name, an ENS name, and then like the address switches, the user's not going to know the address switched, right? So like that needs to be locked down.
Yeah,
that's a great point, right? Like the resolution is the safety mechanism, but obviously the asset is kind of can be separated from it, so it makes sense to me.
Cool. Basically, options are good, and ENS allows options. Nice. We are just about out of time here, but I want to give each of you a quick minute to kind of plug what you're working on. What's next? How can people find you online? And then we'll end it there.
Yeah, you can find us online by going to 3dns.box and just registering domain names. And then we're just building out a ton of different use cases. Right now we're focused on subdomains, right? So how do you, do branded subdomains, make them specific to your kind of application as usernames, right? So like how do I integrate subdomains directly into my app, but have those subdomains be ENS names that then users can export? And then we're playing around with this concept of like named NFTs, which is like how do you now tie those to on-chain assets? But yeah, you can check us out by going to 3dns.box and registering a name.
Awesome, Slabo.
Yeah, if any developer wants to issue gasless subnames, go to namestone.xyz, get an API key and start issuing it today. For example, devcon.id is issuing subnames using the Namestone product, and so far it's worked pretty well. So that's it, and the future is just making it better and faster.
And so yeah, you can go to linab.build, our website. You will see full instruction if you want to create subnames on Linea, if you want to leverage our proof of humanity system as well. And Verax is like community and open source based, so like building in the open with several contributors, so you can go there as well. So it's ver.ax, so feel free to check out.
Awesome. And I'll add a final plug that Arthur and I are giving a more technical workshop about CCIP read or EIP 3668 on Wednesday at the main DevCon venue. I don't know the exact time, but you can find it on the DevCon schedule. So if you're into that sort of stuff, I hope to see you there. But thanks for joining me, and we'll hand it back to Catherine.
All right, guys. What a morning it's been. It's only 12:30, and we have covered Namechain, ENS V2. Vitalik came and gave a speech. We heard from builders in the ecosystem. We are now at break for lunch. Lunch is right outside. It will be from 12:30 to 1:30. Make sure you come back for the 1:30 fireside chat with Jesse Pollock, the creator of Base. So come if you want to get a good break for lunch, and we'll see you guys back here in an hour.
Hello.
What's up, what's up, what's up? All right, welcome back from lunch, everybody. My name is Iskender. You might have seen me earlier. I'm the head of product at ENS. So excited to be here with you all. So now for this afternoon, we're going to be exploring a few different topics that all kind of explore a common theme. How do we build the products and infrastructure required to onboard the rest of the planet? So to kick us off, our first afternoon fireside chat will be with Jesse Pollock, employee number 1 at Base, and our previous MC, Catherine
Contributor
Wu,
number 1.
Contributor number 1. Apologies.
Builder number 1, actually.
That's the open source in him. So I'm excited to hear their perspectives on sovereign on-chain identity, the future of Base, and how to make the on-chain experience better every day. So please help me welcome to the stage Jesse and Catherine.
Hello, everybody. I'm limping a little bit because I played soccer or football and hurt my ankle, so bear with me on that.
I don't think we're going to ask you to do jumping jacks on stage.
No jumping jacks on stage.
So you're probably good, free from injury.
Happy DevCon week, everybody. How's it going? Yeah. This is my first event, and so I'm like trying to kick it off strong.
Okay, congrats. Base hit 1 billion transactions as of this morning.
1 billion transactions. Happened way faster than I was expecting. But I think next year we're going to do 100 billion.
Hell yeah. All right, 100 billion this time next year. You said it yourself right here. Okay. All right. Before we jump into all that, let's rewind a little bit. This is ENS's first ever FRENSday.
Whoop whoop.
And we are going to be talking about building the base layer for digital identity. And so I did some digging into your background, Jesse. Before you even got into crypto, you were involved in building in the digital identity space. So your lore with digital identity goes far beyond. Yep, beyond crypto. So what initially excited you about building digital identity? And why do you think we're better positioned now to realize that vision?
Yeah. So the first company I started when I was in college was called Clef, which the word Cle in key, you can see it there. And what we were building was passwordless two-factor authentication. And you can look at it kind of like passkeys today, or almost like Ethereum wallets today. We gave people a private key on their phone. We then built a distributed public key infrastructure where we actually kind of distributed public keys across a bunch of infrastructure providers, people who were participating in our network. These were folks like Bitfinex, BitMEX, other vendors who were looking for secure logins. And then when users held their phone up to their computer, it authenticated their private key with the public key. They got logged in. Very cool. I think it was probably about 10 years too early. And I think a lot of the architecture and infrastructure that we were building then has now been built in the right way with Ethereum, with the wallet infrastructure we have today, with passkeys that are coming online, with smart wallets. And so I think mostly it was a timing thing where we just had to build a bunch of infrastructure. And I think that's been the phase we've been in for the last decade. It's been infrastructure building. It's been slow. It's been grueling. We hear all of the tweets about people are over-investing in infrastructure and under-investing in apps. And I don't really know if that's necessarily true. We've had to build incredible infrastructure for a decade. It's just that just in the last 6 months, with the combination of low-cost block space in layer 2s, plus better wallet infrastructure with smart wallets, plus real on-chain identities powered by ENS, powered by EFP, powered by Farcaster, that's what's making it now possible for developers to build apps. And so, yeah, of course, now we got to swing the pendulum a little bit. We got to build apps. We got to build experiences that people want. But that infrastructure investment is what has now made it possible for us to build those world-class products.
Yeah. So infrastructure, we're in a lot better place now. But then there's still the concept of on-chain sovereign identity. And so I know you you go to DC a lot to speak with folks on the Hill to maybe explain this concept. I think you tweeted about explaining this to your grandparent. I was creeping on your tweets and I think I found that. So infrastructure is there, but how do you explain it to people to actually fully embrace that concept?
Yeah, I mean, the way I think about this is really explaining it through the lens of online versus on-chain, or offline or off-chain versus on-chain. In the online world, the internet that we live in today, raise your hand if you have been a developer and you've been frustrated by a review process for Apple. Something like that. Yeah, a lot of people. Raise your hand if you're a creator and you've put your creativity, the thing that is literally your life force, onto a creative platform and then have basically gotten scraps while that creative platform has made billions of dollars. Seeing some raised hands. Like, we are trapped in an internet right now which is controlled by a small number of large corporations who have outsized influence, who can deplatform us at their will, who profit off of our creativity, and who take our identity information and have us put it in their walled garden, in their account, which they gracefully store for us in their database and give us access to as long as we follow their rules. And that kind of sucks. It means that creators earn less. It means that developers earn less. It means that we have less freedom. It means that we can be deplatformed at any time. And I think when we're talking about this idea of self-sovereign identity, there are real value props here. It's like literally you can no longer be deplatformed, whether that's by a single corporation or by a totalitarian government who's going to shut off your internet and take away your centralized identity account. It's about you can no longer be spied on because your messages are not in a centralized database like Telegram. It's about when you create associated with your identity, you earn 10x more because instead of the profit sharing be 95% to centralized platform in terms of monetizing your content and 5% to a creator fund that they kind of distribute out their will, you can see it. It's going on chain and 95% of the value is going back to you. And so when we're talking about self-sovereign identity, I think really what we're talking about is the next generation of the internet that's going to be built by the people, that's going to be built for the people, and that's going to be better for all of us, whether we're creators, developers, or people. I hate to say the word users. It's not users. We're people who deserve to build our identities, to own our identities, and to benefit from this new internet that all of us are going to build together.
Yeah, preach.
Woo!
Energy is high. Are you sure?
Hey, I told you. I'm coming out firing. First one.
All right, no more espressos for you today. All right, so now let's bring it back to like what you're actually doing with that. So base names launched this past summer. Talk to me, what inspired you to create base names, and where do you see this project heading in the future?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about identity for a long time. When I joined Coinbase, I think I wrote in the blog post, I was like, single reason why I'm most excited to be joining Coinbase is to work on building a global identity that's on-chain. I didn't use on-chain at the word that said crypto, but like I've been thinking about this for a long time. I led the consumer businesses at Coinbase for a long time, and so had a lot of kind of interaction with folks who were on the front lines building consumer products. And then as we started thinking about how we were going to bring Coinbase on-chain, which kind of became my mandate in 2021, I took 3 months off and then I came back and started being like, okay, what does it actually look like? We iterated through a bunch of ideas, and one of the themes that kept back to us was identity. And the reason why was because as we were kind of working down this stack that you can think about that now is actually materialized with Base, we were thinking, okay, like let's say we want to build an app store. What do we need? Well, we need app identity and we need user identity because otherwise we can't do distribution effectively. Let's say we want to do advertising. What do we need? Well, we need app identity. Fuck. We need user identity. Fuck. And literally we went through a year of like working our way down this stack, and at the end of it, we got to the identity piece. And we were like, okay, let's build, at the time we'd been building like CBID, some other team had been building CBID. I was like, it's cool, but it's off-chain, and it feels like this needs to be on-chain and sovereign, and we need to figure out how to link more to it. So in August of 2022, I wrote this whole identity strategy, which was like, we're going to build an identity. It's going to link together all these identities. It's going to be built on top of ENS. It's going to link all of your wallet addresses. It's going to link all of your attestations. And this is going to be like the final building block that we need as an industry in order to enable X, Y, and Z that was higher up in the stack. And I went to the executive team. This was like the 4th time. By the way, at this point, I was like doing weekly reviews with Brian and the chief product officer. It was the worst time of my life. So stressed. Like they were like, "Have you innovated yet?" I was like, "I'm trying, you guys, so hard." But I went to them with this idea, and and I think through a collective decision-making process, all of us were kind of like, "Yeah, we agree that this is something good to do, but like, it's really hard to sell identity." Like, and I imagine a lot of people in this room have been feeling that. Like, identity as a value prop, especially inside of like large corporations, it's a platform investment that you need to make that can enable a bunch of other things, but I think it can be hard for people to reason about that from first principles and think about the value. And we'd already been going through a ton of thrash, and so our decision was actually like, that's a really cool idea, we should do it eventually, but like maybe let's shut down Jesse's team and have him like go and do other things. And so we shut down the team, and in the like weeks after that, which was
the identity team?
This was kind of like Jesse exploratory team. The identity team was still building. They were still building CBID. This was like Jesse going off on one. We shut the team. I then went to DevCon, and me and the 3 people who we kind of like trimmed the team down to, we did this thing called On-Chain October, where we were like, let's just build some cool stuff on chain. And we started thinking, okay, we've been all the way down to the stack, and at the bottom was identity, but maybe there's one more layer underneath identity. Maybe before we can build the identity layer, we need to build the infrastructure layer, the platform that can make it possible.
You have to say the base layer.
The base layer. The base layer, the platform that can make it possible for us to build identity, for us to build advertising, for us to build an app marketplace, for us to enable all these people to build the next generation of on-chain products. And we launched the first version of Base, which was an internal testnet called BaseNet, like in a week. Came to DevCon, listened, learned, and then left DevCon and we're like, we have to do this. And so really, like that was December 2022. We launched the testnet in 2023. We launched the mainnet in August 2023. And pretty much the second we launched the mainnet, I went back to the team and said, okay, the next thing that we need to do is identity. Because now that we have this platform, we just got to work our way all the way back up the stack. Like we already spent 2 years going through the idea maze, and now we know where we need to execute. And so we kicked off building base names, really as the idea of creating a coherent single identity for the broader base economy, but also the entire on-chain economy that could be cheap, it could be accessible, it could be global, and it could serve as a shelling point to aggregate enough of this really incredible signal that's emerging on-chain to make it so that both developers could build better products because they would know who they're actually interacting with and be able to build more customized, more engaging experiences for them, and users could have a more seamless experience because they would have a sense of self. And they would be able to augment that self and grow their experience through the lens of their identity on-chain. We launched that in, I guess, at the beginning of on-chain summer, so like May of this year. Today there's, or no, maybe it was like later in on-chain summer. I guess it was like August. And today there's 500,000 base names claimed. People are like, we were just all, woo! And to be clear, base names are built on ENS. We've been contributing. Base names lead engineer on the smart contract side just became an ENS IP reviewer. We're really proud of that. We're implementing ENS 19. We are like co-authoring a lot of the work that's going put into Namechain, and we're so proud to be building alongside Namechain. And I think we're seeing it play out. Like we've been on this world tour for the last week and a half, and we're about to go after this to Singapore and Manila next week. We were in Kenya and we were in India. People came with their base names printed on shirts. Wow. People made swag with their base names. They're putting them in their Twitter profiles and their Warpcast handles. They are identifying with this. And not only are we seeing on the consumer side, we're actually seeing it on the app side as well, where apps are realizing, oh, I can get app.base.eth, and that's starting to become a central point for who I am. I can pin my frames there that can drive users to me. So I feel like we're really starting to see our thesis play out, and now it's really all about, okay, what next? Like, how do we continue to grow this? And I think there's some really hard challenges we need to solve. We need to solve, how do we start to link multiple addresses together under one identity? Does that happen through a base name? Does it happen through a smart wallet? How do we link those things together? We need to solve, how do we make it so attestations and other identity kind of imprints can span across all of those addresses so that I can say, okay, this is who I am. I got this address attestation here, but if I'm in my hot wallet or I'm in another app, I can use that attestation too. We also need to solve, how do we do all of this in a way that can be public, because a lot of the important stuff that's happening in identity is social, and for there it's really important. Like, you want to be able to see all your addresses that are public so people can see who you are, they can see your holdings, they can see what you've been doing, but we also need to figure out how to do it in a way that's private. So you can verify things about who you are in a private way to applications, and you can have private addresses that aren't linked to the public eye, but you can still operate over, or you could prove things about. And I think if we can solve those three things, multiple addresses, spanning those addresses with identity metadata, and then introducing privacy so that you can move publicly and privately, then I think we have an identity system that is better than any identity system that exists in the world. And this has been a big thing for me. We can no longer say, oh, this is good for crypto. We have to say this is better, 10x better than every other product on the market. I think that that's what we can do with ENS.
Yeah, that's a great bar to set. Well, you set me up great for my sort of next segue. So you just came back from, I guess you're like in the middle of your base around
I'm in the middle. We planned the base around the world. So we flew from New York to Kenya, from Kenya to Bangalore to Bangkok, Bangkok to Singapore, Singapore to Manila, and then home. 21 days, ending on my birthday, long flight. But I get a double birthday because I go across the international date line.
So it's like so one of the themes that we've been talking about is like crypto. I mean, not just in general. Crypto is global from day one, and so you're in the middle of your base around the tour. What common themes have you observed across builders from so many diverse countries and cultures, but all congregate them to being excited at building on-chain?
I think the biggest common theme is that in every country we go to, there is a shared feeling that the systems today are broken. And it cuts across a bunch of different axes. Like in the United States, I think there's less of that feeling around finance and money, because our systems are working relatively well, although I'd say they're actually broken for small businesses and other categories. But you definitely hear it from creators. Like when you talk to creators in the United States, they're like, this sucks. Like, yeah, we get likes and tweets, but like, we don't get paid, and our income is totally variable, and we feel like we're at the mercy of these huge corporations who are black boxes to us. Like, that system is broken. In Kenya, I almost feel like we go down Maslow's hierarchy of needs a little bit. It's like the systems are broken at almost a fundamental level from a trust perspective. Like one of the things we heard is like it's a low trust environment. People are really excited about how can you use transparency to increase trust. Another thing is that the current payment systems are very disconnected from the global economy because you have things like M-Pesa, which work really well, but they aren't plugged in elsewhere. So it's like, how do we use better money? How can people save? And also, how can people just earn and like be employed in this new economy and have the opportunity to earn? In India, similar, UPI is very advanced there from a payments perspective, but you hear the same things around, we want to build globally, we need access to capital. And we see on-chain as a way of growing our access to capital, bringing in more resources, and being able to reach a more broad audience. And so I'd say that the prevailing theme across all of these different places has been that the systems are broken, but the systems are broken they're broken in the same ways everywhere, but it's more noticeable in different places depending on kind of like what the biggest challenges are in those places. And so I think one of the really important opportunities for us as an industry as we go towards the next year and the many years ahead is figuring out how do we contextualize our work and how do we contextualize our products in a way that people can understand. So they can understand, oh, this is going to solve your creator problem, or this is going to solve your payments problem, or this is going to solve your access to capital problem. Because I think at times folks can get very overwhelmed by this monolith of crypto. But what I heard also again and again from creators and builders and developers was that if they find one thing that solves a problem for them, that gives them the entry point into this new economy. And then once they get into the new economy, they're like, oh my God, you're telling me there's a new global economy where I make more money, where I have more freedom, where I can make friends from around the world, and we can build a new internet that works better for everyone? Sign me up. Like, who wouldn't? But because I think there's so much baggage with this idea of crypto, we need to find those like single entry points that are really, really clear value props that solve real problems and that give people a feeling of inclusivity, of this is for you. This is built to solve your problems. And then from there, they can springboard and platform to something much bigger.
Yeah, and to your point, it's not that this is better than another crypto solution. It's that this is better than a status quo right now anywhere.
This is 10x better than the painful thing that you and your country and your communities have been dealing with for the last decade, for the last 100 years, however long. Because again, we can no longer say this is good for crypto. It has to be this is 10x better than the existing things on the market.
Yeah. So earlier we touched on Base hitting 1 billion transactions, and it's funny because this very classic Jesse, but 1 billion transactions, but we're still day one. So when do you move on from the day one? When can you really feel comfortable saying we're
Day two?
Yeah, day two.
I
When
mean,
is day two?
I don't think ever. I mean, just culturally, like if I think about what it means to be based and like the culture we're trying to build, we've kind of distilled it down to 5 values. It's like we work super freaking hard because it's not going to be easy to change the world. We're relentlessly optimistic about the future. We're not afraid to try new things and push boundaries with creativity. We put the team over the individual, and wow, I'm blanking on the first one. And we do the right thing. Thank you. So you got someone in the background. Yeah, let's go. That's awesome. And I think like built into that culture is a feeling of like we can never feel like our work is done. Like if we are successful, our work will outlive all of us. Like we are building systems and change on the scale of hundreds of years. And so bringing every day the humility of this is day one, and we need to show up today like we showed up a decade ago when I started working on crypto, I think that that's just a part of our culture. Now, if I had to... Yeah, agreed. If I had to say, like, when do I think we make progress, I think that what I'm looking for and what I'm challenging our team and what I'm challenging builders on is we're still in a phase where we're not growing week over week. Like some things are, like I would say stable coin payments are growing week over week, but in terms of having like raw product market fit that's driving 7% week over week growth, I don't think we're there. And I think that we have all of the pieces now to get there. And so I think the thing that I'm looking for is in 2025, like who and how do we break out? So it's like every week we're putting up new milestones of like new people onboarded, new apps deployed, new builders onboarded. So that by the end of 2025, when we look back and we say, okay, Base did 100 billion transactions, we brought 100 million people on chain, we're growing 7% week over week, like clearly this is gonna get to 1 billion people in the next 1 to 2 years. Like that to me is like, okay, now we're on the up curve. And I have this chart that I put up every single time I give a talk. It's like literally, we're going to hit this moment and then it's gonna be off to the races. And it's kind of hard to tell, like, have we hit it yet? Like, did it hit last week? Did it hit this week? Is it going to hit next week? But we are so close to this point where we have enough things that have product market fit that we have across the board growth in a real viral way. And that, for me, is the thing that I'm most focused on with our team across the board.
Yeah. So 1 billion transactions now, 1 billion users next. If you were to, just take a guess, what is the line of sight in terms of like what is the breakout? Is it product? Is it really getting people? Like what is it that leads to that?
I think that it is integrating all of the infrastructure that we have today to build viral consumer and payments, social and payments products. And we are very focused on social and payments, in particular on Base. Payments, because when you look at the data, it is far and away the clearest product market fit in crypto. And when you talk to people and you get qualitative and quantitative evidence, in emerging markets in particular, the payments and economic systems are broken, and it's such a clear value prop. And so I think that that's really important with payments, and we're doing a lot of things there. The thing that I'm most excited and most focused on is we are getting local currency stablecoins, including a Thai baht, that is in a regulatory sandbox right now on Base around DevCon, where you can go use a Thai baht on Base to pay merchants. We are going to get every single local currency in the world on Base so that everyone can onboard into their sovereign local currency and not have to get dollarized, not have to even get Ethereumized. They can just be. And then if they want to borrow dollars or hold dollars, or they want to use Ethereum, they can, but we can massively simplify the experience for users and developers and localize it to them, because I think today it's too scary. And so payments is a huge priority for us, but the problem with payments is that it's very slow growing, particularly in regions where they have existing payment systems, like Venmo in the United States, or M-Pesa in Kenya, or UPI in India. So if you look at things like Cash App, or even Venmo, which have grown very quickly, it's more like 40% year-over-year growth. It's linear growth that takes somewhere between 10 and 20 years to do a full flip. And so for us, payments is not going to be enough to grow the scale of growth that we want to get to in the next 2 to 3 years. And that's where social comes in. If you look at what has driven consumer product growth over the last decade, it is across the board social products. Some of them have payments built in, but it's messaging, it's feed, it's creation, it's apps. That is where growth has been for the last decade. And now just in the last year, with low-cost layer 2s, with better wallet infrastructure like the smart wallet, and with identity like ENS, EFP, Farcaster, we finally have the tools to build world-class social products. And so that's what we want to see people doing. We want to see people taking shots on goal with consumer social products, because it's really, really hard to get a consumer social product that works. But my gut tells me that once we get one that works, because it's all an open graph, people are just going to layer on new innovations, and it's going to be like wildfire, and we're just going to grow until the entire world's on chain. And I think it's going to happen in the next 1 to 3 years. Yeah, I think that people have been lulled into a false sense of slowness by the last decade of infrastructure building, but the app and consumer and viral social adoption phase of crypto will be incredibly different than the infrastructure building phase of crypto. And I think it's going to happen much faster than people expect. We're going to hit the S curve in the technological revolution.
So taking a step back, so Base was launched last August, so it's barely a year old, and I feel like you've just been go. But just to take a step back and just reflect on the last year plus 3 months, what has been the most surprising thing to you in this journey of building Base and onboarding builders and meeting people?
I think the most surprising thing for me has been how quickly and speed and quality of global builder understanding and adoption of Base. Literally, we just flew to Kenya and to Bangalore, and in each of those countries, I've been to Nairobi before because my brother lives there. I have some connection and spend time. Base has no team there. Now we're starting to. We just hired someone to lead Based India. We're hiring someone for Based Kenya and every other country. If you're looking for a role, we're hiring a Based leader in every country. But no leader there until very recently. We had hundreds of builders show up who were building on Base, participating in the build-a-thon, creating new apps, and not only that, they, someone shouted out, "Do the right thing" in the back of the audience. They could recite our values. They were telling us they were bringing the world on chain. They were talking about building a new on-chain economy that's going to increase innovation, creativity, and freedom. And so the speed at which the mind virus of Base has spread through builder communities around the world in places that I would have expected eventually we'd get there has completely blown my mind. And I think the thing that has made that happen, which has also been pleasantly surprising, has been our ability and willingness to lean into on-chain native infrastructure and use things like base names to give people an identity, and use things like rounds to reward people in a decentralized way, and use things like Farcaster and Warpcast to build community in a way where people could feel like they could create a new platform and gain leverage in a new way. And so I think that combination of go. I mean, me and the Base team, I don't know if folks have seen the videos, but we're zone 5 constantly, in the sports analogies, our hearts beating out of our chest. But I think that's one part of it. I think the second part of it is people are ready for change and they're looking for something. The third part of it is that the mission of building a new global economy is incredibly inspiring. People want to be a part of it. And then finally, the usage and embrace of new on-chain tools has just been such a fuel on top of that fire.
Well, I can't wait to see what the next year brings for you, for Base. I hope you do remember that zone 5 heart rate is not the best.
Can't do that forever. It's zone 3 through 5. And mostly we're sometimes
and we need you to we need you to continue evangelizing and doing this, so but everyone, honestly, we're so lucky to have Jesse in our ecosystem. Give it up for Jesse, give it up for Base, give it up for what they're doing.
And I'll just say, I can't wait to be here again next year, wherever frENSday is. And thank you all, especially folks who are here building ENS. I see some folks nodding heads who I know. I know you have been in the trenches for a long time, and that hasn't been easy. And we feel so grateful. and blessed to be getting to build with you and to be getting to build open source on open standards, to create open markets, and to get to stand on your shoulders with things like base names, because we really would not have been able to go 0 to 1 on an identity product that's interoperable everywhere out of day one that just works without ENS. So a huge round of applause and thank you to ENS and everyone here for all the builders.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. See you around. I'll be at DEF CON all week.
Let's give another round of applause for Jesse and Catherine. Jesse's energy is definitely different. I think I understand what's powering Base now. So one of the most amazing things about building in crypto is how global it is. Many of you here, myself included, flew thousands of miles to be here and participate in frENSday and DEF CON. That's why I'm personally excited for this upcoming panel. We have our moderator, Annabelle from Amber, and our 3 panelists, Gabby from YGG, Tasha from Init Finance, and Matthew from Etherscan, here to share their perspectives as builders in Southeast Asia. Please join me in welcoming our next panel, How to Build Successful Web3 Products for a Global User Base.
Where should, anywhere? All right.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you for coming, and thank you for ENS for putting this together. I've been looking forward to this panel for quite some time. It's rare to have a very global audience, but have a panelist that's very familiar with the Asia, both DeFi, GameFi, infrastructure side. So very excited to bring to you guys this panel. Before we dive in, just wanted to do a quick round of intro. So starting with myself, my name is Annabelle Huang, formerly the managing partner at Amber Group, recently transitioned to build something new, so excited to be sharing that a little bit later. But today the focus is on my fellow panelists, so maybe we'll start with Gabby.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabby Dizon, co-founder of Yield Guild Games, or YGG. We aggregate player communities into guilds and then teach them concepts of Web3 so that they can play games and then earn and own their own digital assets.
Hi, my name is Tasha, also a local here in Thailand, founder and CEO of Infinite, which is a DeFi abstraction layer. Abstracts a lot of complexities to get new DeFi applications built, scaled across different chains. Previously, I also founded a project called Alpha Finance, which builds a lot of DeFi products. The most notable one is called Alpha Homora. So I've been building in DeFi and DeFi infrastructure for about 4 or 5 years now, based here in Thailand.
Hi, my name is Matthew, and I'm the CEO and founder of Etherscan. And so we've been building the space since 2015 with the mission of bringing equitable blockchain data access to the masses. And coincidentally, we're also one of the earliest supporters of ENS since 2017. Thank you.
All right, we don't have that much time today, so we'll just dive right in. First of all, I wanted to start with setting the stage and talk about the Asia landscape in general. You guys see a lot firsthand in terms of user behavior, user statistics. So before we dive into the global applications, wanted to focus on the Asia landscape first. Specifically, how do user behaviors differ in different regions in Asia? Because I think we often talk about Asia as a whole, but in reality, there's so many different regions. If you look at Korea versus Japan versus Greater China or the rest of Southeast Asia, and today we have panelists based in Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore. So maybe we start with Gabby also to talk about the user behavior.
So we'll start with the Philippines. Philippines has a population of around 110 million. I think there's actually over 1 mobile device per person. So everybody is mobile, everybody's online on the internet. there's a very strong culture of like freelancing, looking for extra ways to earn money. Philippines is also home to a lot of like service call centers, outsourcing. Around almost 10% of the GDP is based on a lot of that like outsourced services. And almost 10%, around 10 million people around the world are working all across the world. A lot of them in service jobs. If you're in America, parts of Western Europe, or even around like Singapore, Southeast Asia, you see a lot of Filipinos. So one of our largest businesses globally is remittances. So I think Philippines does around, I think, something like 3 to 4 billion a month of remittances from wherever they are back to the Philippines. And this is where Philippines actually started with crypto, like how lowering the cost of remittances, getting it more cheaply to people in the Philippines. And where we came in was that with play to earn and people earning crypto through playing games, starting with Axie Infinity in 2020, which is something that rose organically from the community during COVID. It was actually something that was not started by either the Axie team or ourselves. Like people were looking for ways to earn money playing games, and yeah, it just happened organically, and we were able to kind of harness that into a platform where people could play together, do things together online, and just find a way to earn their own crypto assets. So there's still very strong elements of that, like how can people earn, whether it's from playing games, maybe minting or flipping NFTs, creating art, or doing things around the crypto ecosystem that are useful. A lot of the people manning your Discords as community managers come from the Philippines as well because they speak good English, chronically online. And yeah, that's what we see a lot in the Philippines.
Yeah, so I think before jumping directly to Thailand, maybe just a quick overview of like Asia as well. I would say Korea is very trading focused, not so much like DeFi usage as well. I think a lot of things that happened with Terra also like turned a lot of people away from DeFi. Japan is more, in my opinion, is more like NFT community per se, and more entertainment. Not so much DeFi, not so much trading because of what happened with their early days in the exchange, and they like closed down the exchanges. China, as we know, pretty much a lot of things that you're building, adopting, trading, and people are also like everywhere because of the regulations in China. I think Southeast Asia is actually pretty segregated. Like it's one region, but each country is so unique because of the local language as well. Particularly in Thailand, DeFi is actually very well adopted. There was one time in 2020 and 2021 where number one region contributing and actively using PancakeSwap is actually Thai. So yeah, I think a lot of people are just trying to find ways to earn more money, similar to what Gabby was saying. And with the rise of DeFi somewhere in 2020, that's how Thai people got into crypto. So I think that's why a lot of Thai people are now actually like pretty active on chain because of how they got introduced to crypto is pretty hard, like through DeFi. So other things that they have continued to do seem a lot easier than DeFi. Personally, in my opinion, Vietnam is more like GameFi, more on like building different games or different apps related to the gaming ecosystem. Malaysia, Philippines, these two can also share more. Yeah.
So I think pretty much covers most of the stuff. In general, it's the same. The two main use cases that we are looking at are actually more on remittance and also as a way to earn money. So I think it goes down to that financial aspect. People want an opportunity to improve their lives. So one of the ways to do it is to crypto. For a lot of folks, that's something that they can access directly. And I know of many cases where crypto has changed lives of a lot of people.
Makes sense. So I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the different sectors, different categories. And maybe we'll start with you, Matt, this time. It's interesting. I think in KL, in Malaysia, we have you guys, Etherscan, CoinGecko as well, actually building infrastructure, not just servicing the Asia users, but also global. So maybe you can share a little bit inside of that, and then we can go into DeFi and GameFi after as well.
Yeah. So like for us and likely CoinGecko, right, and I know that's, the reason we kind of chose that data part was that I think on the DeFi portion, there were a lot of regulatory uncertainty, so it wasn't that easy to navigate that portion. And I think, having said that, when it comes to data and blockchain, right, it's a equal playing field. It doesn't really matter where you are. You can build it out from Timbuktu and stuff like that. The data is accessible, it's open source, it's available. So, which is one of the reasons that I think you have like kind of strong data players coming out from that region.
Yeah, Tasha, for your perspective on DeFi, maybe.
Yeah, as mentioned, I think DeFi users are pretty active here, and naturally, I was one of them as well. Early in 2019, used different DeFi products, and then naturally kind of started building different DeFi ideas that we have in 2020. I think one, maybe good or bad, I'm not sure, but one thing about Thailand is that it's a bit, on the regulator side or on the government side, they move a bit slow. So as a result, as a builder, I was actually, a lot of other builders and other DeFi builders here feel somewhat okay to build DeFi here, because we feel like if they're going to put any regulations here, that probably going to happen in Singapore first, or in somewhere else first, and we will probably know what kind of regulations those are going to be, and we can kind of adapt before government here moves. So I think counterpoint to Malaysia, then I think regulations a bit friendlier here. Banks here, commercial banks here actually invest in crypto. They have commercial arm, corporate venture arm investing in tokens, investing in equity of different blockchain companies. So they're more forward thinking and a bit more open. Until something happened, for example, 3AC or Terra, then they start to have more regulations. Yeah.
Yeah, so Philippines, what makes it unique is that it's probably one of the most on-chain countries in the world. There's somewhere between 10 to 20 million MetaMask wallets. There's a couple of million Ronin wallets as well. So, of course, a lot of people are onboarded via Binance before it was banned, but I think people are really looking for stuff to do on-chain. Also, the freelance economy means that a lot of people like to get paid in USDC. So it's very rich in terms of just building, bootstrapping an initial user base for on-chain users.
But actually, expanding outside of Philippines, I know YGG also had, YGG Japan, Southeast Asia, maybe other areas. Do you see any use difference in these regions for you guys?
So I would say that the major regions we cover are Southeast Asia, India, and LATAM. Of course, a lot of similar elements in that there's a lot of people who are looking to make money either playing games or doing things on-chain. There are a lot of differences in terms of what the landscape looks like, how you off-ramp, what applications people prefer. But I would say that the general characteristics are the same across a lot of these emerging markets. People want to be on-chain. They want to find opportunities to do so in the global market and not be arbitraged by how much you paid by where you're living, right?
Makes sense. Well, feels like the use cases are pretty similar. Being able to easily get on chain to either trade or to play games or earn in some ways. So extrapolating that from, I guess, Asia to looking at the global audience or the infrastructure side, what are some of the key technical issues or bottlenecks so far before we can actually bring more adoption? I know this is sort of the question that's been asked for many years, but
well, I can start. I think if you zoom out of things, I feel like adoption happens when things are so simple and widely accepted. And in order to get there, infrastructure has to be ready. So you cannot get internet so widely adopted if every browser requires different usages or different tools to use or different interaction, and people are so confused. So I feel like it has to start from bottom up, where infrastructure is ready, more clear on what chains are going to be the mainly adopted one, as opposed to millions of chains. And then as each layer gets more clear on how the infrastructure is going to be, then the next layer, the middleware, is going to be more clear. Okay, which infra do we have to work with? You know, what kind of interactions do we need to simplify, because there are only like these 5 interactions instead of like 100 interactions, right? And then you kind of move up one level at a time to the end users that, okay, these are the things that you're going to do on chain, these are how you can do it, and you abstract those away. So I feel like we're at the intersection where a lot of builders are still building the infra, you know, and we're also expecting more users to come where a lot of things are not, you know, finalized or like settled yet. So I think it's just a matter of time where each cycle we will see who's gonna, you know, get adopted more and more, and which chain or which infra or which DApp's gonna last, and then those who kind of cultivate the culture and usage and activities that normally people would do on chain. And over time, then those would get integrated more into, I would say, like user abstraction applications where people don't have to interact directly with the app.
No, that's a good point. Although I would say there's probably more abstraction infra than there is for apps or users these days. So I don't know, Matt, have any hot takes on this?
Yeah. So from a technical perspective, I guess it depends on the blockchain, right? When you're talking about blockchains, there are like 2 broad categories. You have the monolith blockchains like Solana, where everything's on one place, and then you have modular blockchains like Ethereum, right? So with modular blockchains, you have different layers, and one of the way to scale it up is through different L2s and rollups. But that obviously introduces another issue, which is fragmentation. At this point in time, as a user and navigating the blockchains, can get kind of a little bit tricky in the sense that you're not too sure sometimes on which blockchain you're supposed to go on. So like what Tasha has mentioned, I think a lot of this can be solved through abstraction. And I know a lot of teams are actually working on it to provide a more seamless user experience, and hopefully we will be able to get there while also maintaining a certain level of decentralization.
Actually, just a quick add-on to that, because we were chatting about it earlier, right? That the cost to actually run infra to support all these different chains. So just curious, within the Ethereum camp versus other L1s, what does that look like for builders and also for users?
Yeah, so it's extremely expensive. So we run many different nodes, and we're doing for many years. It only get more expensive. A lot of it has to do with state road. So it's the ledger of ledger, right? So anything gets compiled, you can't just drop it off. So it will only get more expensive as time goes on by. So that's where you have hopefully other things that might come into place to manage that state road. But without putting a number down, it's expensive. It's probably half your operating cost, just infra alone.
Yeah, Gabby, anything to add?
Yeah, one way to think about YGG is that we are like app layer infrastructure, I would say, or one way to think about it is that we're sort of a Web3 native ad or engagement network. We aggregate users, and then we work with different applications to bring them those users in the form of questing and guild aggregation. And I think the app layer definitely has a ways to go. I do think that we need a kind of reimagining of what actually does a Web3 native application look like. Is it going to look like Instagram or TikTok with Web3 Rails, or does it enable new actions because of the primitives that you can do? You can see this with like newer types of applications like Pump.fun, or and what does, like, for example, Web3 social look like? I think there's a lot of experimentation that's going on. That's great. And for us, we see that a lot of the app layer infra, including like user engagement, is just things that have been building, waiting for this moment.
So to Tasha's point, right, I think there are definitely a lot of builders within infra, but you cannot have that disconnect to the end users. So it sounds like most of the technical challenges is actually around the abstraction part. So I don't know, for each of you, maybe there's anything in the roadmap, how you're addressing the UI, UX towards the end users and the abstraction front.
So the team is multi-chain. So it is here, right? So that comes like for us, one of the ways we want to do it is like you have like 30 different explorers. Maybe you shouldn't be going to 30 different explorers. You should be going to one explorer. So our challenge is how do you put that into a single interface and allow the user to navigate 30 different chains or 40 different chains at the same time by using a single interface. So that's something that we're working on. So I think it's the same for any other front-facing apps, right? You want to abstract that layer away. Yeah.
But is it going to happen through, I guess, you guys expand into other chains or areas, or is it going to be through some sort of almost like M&A or those type of activities to consolidate?
So I think within the EVM chain it's quite fairly straightforward. So I guess if you're looking outside of EVM, then yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah.
I think for us, right now we focus on abstracting complexities to build and to scale DeFi protocols, not to the level of user end yet, but that's actually our end goal, to not just abstract complexities upon like developers to build and scale DeFi protocols, but our ultimate goal is that if we can power a number of DeFi protocols such that we actually we have a unifying layer and way to interact with these DeFi protocols that are already powered by Infinite, then there is a common language and common instructions that we can actually engineer on the user's end. So which particular touch point that users face on those applications that are powered by Infinite, then we would be able to have an easier time to abstract those complexities away. So ultimately, that's the end goal, where we can extend from what we're doing to the end user's end. Yeah.
Yeah, for us, we're creating a new primitive that allows groups of people to be able to do things together and own assets together on chain. So yeah, we want the kind of the experience of interacting with Web3 to be more multiplayer, to be able to do things together, and yeah, perhaps we can bring more people on chain that way.
Just a follow-up there too, also to the rest of you guys. So, given everything you've built so far, are there anything that you, on the infrastructure side, that you wish someone is building, or that could help whatever you guys are building? If that makes sense.
Yeah, group identity and reputation primitive. And I'm looking at Kathy while I'm saying this. Yeah, that's something that we'd really like to work on.
I think for us, it's actually on like bridging side. Because right now, like we work a lot with different DeFi protocols, abstracting complexities for those. But a lot of time comes down to like, hey, like, is there the one bridge that Infinite like prefers or like chooses for them, because they themselves don't want to bear that cost of like making that decision of like which bridge to use, because I think at the end of the day, like if anything happens, then everyone's asking like who takes the responsibility, whether it's the bridge or like the one who decides to use this bridge. So I think having a more secure bridge in a decentralized way would be something that would really help us. Yeah.
Makes sense. Although I think most people, myself included, sometimes to use sort of Binance of the likes for bridging, right? Because otherwise, the security is difficult to guarantee. Have you looked at any alternatives to bridges in terms of interoperability or cross-chain side? Yeah, we're freaking out, and we haven't seen anything that is something that we want to use. So we might actually build our own. Let's see.
For us, because we index a lot of data, so I think it's in the ideal world we have similar standards across different chains. So the best example of like what has been done right in the past is like you have the ERC20 standards, ERC721. So it's actually kind of easy to navigate across different chains when you have standards. So hopefully going forward, without whatever all of you are building has like similar standards. And it's actually kind of difficult to get everyone to agree. But no, if it is, then it definitely makes it easier for folks that are building around data.
And I guess for the data standard, right? Which level does it have to become standardized, and does it need, what kind of buy-in does it need from the industry?
Yeah, so I think with Ethereum, then you have the EIP process, the ERCs, right? So that kind of helps. But then again, at the end of the day, it's up to the individual projects to adopt it or not adopt it. But having standards is definitely one way going about it.
Okay, so for the last section of the panel today, I think we can maybe look ahead to the future trends. Again, I think we had a big week last week following the election, market in some sort of new euphoria right now. But wanted to hear from your perspective, what are the most exciting trend to you and what you're building towards?
Okay, I'll cover games specifically because that's the thing I look at all day. I think the products have been getting better in the last couple of years. It takes maybe 2, 3, 4 years to make a really good game, and then you have to put in the Web3 elements, then you have to release it. And the products have just gotten a lot better, so just having really engaging games that have virtual economies around them that people can own is something that I'm very excited for next year.
Yeah, I think if he focuses on game, then I'll focus a bit more on DeFi. I think one thing that I really admire, incumbent projects, let's say Uniswap, Aave, is that they can actually have a easier life if they focus more on chain. But they actually decide not to, and they decide to kind of work more with trying to get more liquidity or like new liquidity to get on chain, whether it's from CeFi or like TradFi. So I think we'll definitely see more of new liquidity coming on chain. Not just from like exchanges and trading, but also and like through DEX. But I think it's going to be more like actually using different apps on chain through these incumbent projects at first. But then over time, it would kind of trickle down to other DeFi protocols, DeFi infrastructure that would get more adopted as well.
So we have gaming, we have DeFi, and on my end, it's more AI. I don't know what the future holds, but personally, I am excited on the possibilities and like what would it look like, right? Especially when it comes to crypto and AI. We've seen recently with a lot of projects coming out saying that they have, it's not a token that we launch, it's an AI bot and stuff like that. I don't know to what extent if it's a real AI or if it's just someone executing something in the back. But having said that, I think that is endless opportunities and challenges. So like personally, I'm just excited about that area and to see how that intersect not only from a data perspective, but I guess it goes down against to identity, like with AI right now, how do you authenticate someone? So I guess that's where blockchains might play a role. And just like a lot of things that I can't think of right now or even imagine.
Have you guys looked at AI actually? I'm sure you have as well.
It's impossible not to come across AI now in everything that you see, yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of AI agents now.
But like, are those real agents or?
I think we're going to need another panel to discuss that. Okay, I think we have maybe like a few minutes left. I don't know if there's any questions from the audience, given that we do have sort of the Asia experts on stage today.
Don't be shy.
All right, if there's none, maybe we just leave it with one last question, sort of, we talk about, things that you're most excited about, but for YGG, for Infinite and for Etherscan, what's the most important product update that we should look forward to?
Okay, so for YGG, it's on-chain guild, so it's a new group primitive that can get people to do things together and own assets together on-chain, and we're actually announcing that at our event in Manila next week, so you hear it here first.
TLDR on Infinite, we abstract a lot of complexities away for builders to build DeFi to scale existing DeFi protocols. Currently working with a number of projects like Pendle, Ethena, and also like smaller and newer projects across EVM-compatible chains. The value that we have been facilitating through different applications that we power include about 1.1 billion US dollars. The next update is that we just made it so that we can integrate a new chain in about 5 minutes. So now we're going to be, explosively, working and getting a lot more customers, a lot more apps on all, chains that we work with.
Yeah, so on our end, it's the multi-chain focus. So one of the things that we recently launched was this like multi-chain API, where in the past you had to create 30, 40 different keys. Right now it's just one API key, and that allows you to access all that 50 different chain IDs that we support. On the other end portion, we're also experimenting with this feature that we call Etherscan cards. So that allows you to do some sort of like even games and stuff using Etherscan. Yeah, it's a whole different topic. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you guys today for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Annabelle, Gabby, Tasha, and Matthew for that insightful panel and for reminding many of us that crypto is borderless and that we do right by our users when we remember that. So right now we're going to take a 30-minute break. Be sure to hit the restroom, grab a coffee, and be back in this room in 30 minutes. And we'll be hearing from the lead stewards of the ENS DAO. See you all soon. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. As you can see, some of the Friends plushies made it to the stage. Super cute. Okay, coming up next. So ENS first launched the ENS DAO in 2021, and today it's one of the largest DAOs in the industry. While every ecosystem approaches their governance differently, decentralized governance is core to the success of the ENS protocol. We'll now be hearing from the 3 lead stewards of the ENS DAO working groups to talk about their experience within each of these groups, as well as more broadly exploring the highlights and challenges of decentralized governance. Join us in welcoming our moderator, Catherine from ENS Labs, and our 3 DAO stewards, Spence, Alex, and Simona. Help me welcome them to the stage.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I don't know why it's just my face on there. Clearly, we have more than just me speaking, so
It's okay,
apologize
Catherine.
to our
It's all right.
speakers for not having your faces on this gigantic screen. Okay, so before we get started, just a little backstory about this panel and my relationship with everyone on this panel. So before joining ENS Labs, I served for a year on the ENS DAO alongside these lovely folks. I had the chance to work with each and every one of them. And actually being on the DAO side was what sort of ENS pilled me into wanting to join Labs. And one of the things that I really thought was really amazing was how much respect ENS and decentralized governance to me was like actually a successful implementation. I think we talk about governance a lot in this space, and there's not a lot of really healthy relationships between like whether it's like DAO, individual members of the DAO, delegates, but in my experience working with these folks, working in the DAO environment was nothing but positive. So I'm really, really excited to be on here with my former DAO colleagues. So yeah, I'm going to pass it over. I'm going to start with Slobo. Tell me about you. Tell me about your working group, what you guys focus on, what your role is, and how long you've been involved with the ENS DAO.
Sure thing. Well, thank you, Catherine. And so I'm Slobo.eth. This is Earl, which is my support animal. I lead the ecosystem working group, which is responsible for making sure that developers and the ecosystem is well taken care of. We have initiatives to provide grant funding. We support hackathons in collaboration with ENS Labs that staffs them. And we do a bunch of other like kind of innovative programs, but I don't want to hog too much time, and I want to pass it along to my colleagues.
I'm Simona. Simona.eth. And how long have I been in the DAO for? I feel like 3 since the beginning. I started off as MetaGov steward in the very first term, and then for the past 2 terms, I've been in the public goods working group. We, as the name says, we focus on funding public goods, not just ENS related, but any public goods in this ecosystem. And in this term, together with my fellow stewards, Eduardo and Coltrane, we have funded well over $1 million in public goods funding, which has, are we doing like a little brief thing on what we've done this year? Or that's the next question. Okay. Just front running there. But yes, we've done all that, and I will talk more in a second about that.
All right, thank you. My name is Spence, Spence.eth. And I'm going to go off script real quick. These events are really hard to put on. I know there's not a lot of people in here, but can we get a quick round of applause for everybody at Labs who's worked their butt off to make this happen? I know, right there, I know Erin in the middle of the room, Ernie.eth, has done a ton of work. These characters right here, I think, came from her mind. Oh, sorry, everybody.
You have to talk about yourself now. Thank you.
Okay, now about me. Okay, sorry, I can't help it. I like to thank AV guys too. No. So I am the lead steward of the Meta Governance Working Group, and contrary to maybe its name, Meta Governance does not actually govern anything, but we do serve the DAO. We try to facilitate and make sure that governance happens in the right way, the way it's supposed to, that we follow the rules, that everyone's aware of how to make proposals, that we take care of the funds as well as we can, and just help make sure and facilitate the other working groups' ability and their ability to serve the protocol, which is really, I think, the goal of the DAO in general, which is just to ensure the protocol is here for a long time, for as long as everyone in here has reserved their name, right? Everyone in here has a name. If you have a name reserved for more than 5 years, raise your hand. Okay, that's a lot. 10. All right, 50. Who has the longest? We got one guy in here with 50 years. That's a long time. So anyway, the DAO ENS needs to be around. The protocol needs to be around for all of those years that we have reserved names for. And that's one of the things I think that the DAO is responsible for, just making sure the protocol is protected, has longevity, and it's stable.
Yeah, so as you can tell, the ENS DAO is made up of 3 groups. And each of these seats are publicly elected by token holders. Some of you may have actually even voted for the folks in these seats. So give me a glimpse into, now that we're November of 2024, give me a glimpse on how 2024 has gone for your working group and any cool initiatives or things that you want to highlight.
Sure thing. So for ecosystem, I think the most important thing is how many hackers interacted with ENS at the various hackathons. So we've had over 300, and we've done, I think, 6 hackathons, mostly with ETH Global, but also with ETH Rome, and the other one is now escaping me. But so that's been really cool. The other thing that's been a super interesting initiative that we haven't done before is work with DRIPS. And DRIPS, who aren't familiar, it allows you to do public goods funding to a GitHub repository. And what we did is we actually funded something like GraphQL, which is utilized by ENS. And because we did that, even though it's a traditional Web 2 company, Web 2 repo, the maintainer of that was onboarded to Web 3. And there was actually several other people who did that, and that's been incredibly exciting for me because it's using ENS's funds to bring more people, especially highly talented developers, into effectively the ecosystem, or at least crypto to start. And I love how there's this attitude of giving back to the things that ENS is built on, and people don't think about open source software because it just kind of works. So those are the 2 things I'm most proud of, which is the number of hackers we funded and the fact that we onboarded some maintainers of public repos onto ENS.
Awesome. Thank you for your service. Thank you. So with the Public Goods Working Group, we obviously, again, as it says on the tin, we very much focus on public goods, not just funding public goods at large in this ecosystem, but also furthering the conversation around public goods. Public goods has traditionally been like this area that a lot of people talk about, and then when it comes to action, there's not necessarily that much cash that makes it towards public goods. And so the incentives around building public goods haven't traditionally been there. We remember that ENS is a public good, right? And so this tradition of continuing funding public goods is something that is very, very close to the mandate, or like is the mandate of this working group. And what we've done in this year is really trying to streamline and maximize that impact in as many ways as we can. So more than talking about public goods and what it means, more than talking to builders at many events this year and supporting hackathons and some community events throughout the world so far, we are also just launching, and just launched today, it's gone live, a partnership with Build Guild. You guys will be familiar with Build Guild. They are builders who have been building for builders since the very beginning and for a very long time. And we launched this builder grants platform that is live today. There's going to be a tweet coming from ENS and so on. But the idea with that is to streamline all of these public goods grants at all stages of the build journey, whether you need a small amount of funding all the way through to large grants. This platform is designed to take you through all of those stages of building a public goods. Builders are public goods, what they can build is something very, very important, and we want to continue supporting them in as seamless of a way as possible. So that's kind of, I feel, the culmination of 2024 for us. So yeah, exciting.
Awesome, great work. Meta governance, term 5. There's several things we've done. I think we've done some good moves with the endowment to make it perpetual and self-funding, which I think is really key. Some good streamlining there. We had some great initiatives around both what was called the veto contract and then more importantly the Security Council, which came from some research from Blockful. Specifically, I don't know if anybody from Blockful is in the room, but Blockful, there we go, at least one, a couple of hands, did some great research. And not only did they do the research, but they actually took action. And they proposed some things that allowed us to put a safety net, if you will, behind the proposal mechanism. Not perfect and ideal in a DAO sense, but there was some research around some, you know, some differential between the value of the treasury and delegated votes, and we needed it. And, you know, Blockful took action there, so that was a big key thing. I think also, you know, just making sure that the working groups are working well. Ideally, if meta governance is doing its job and doing its job well, you'll hear less about it. I think is really the goal there. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. A lot of achievements just in the last 11 months from all of you. So turning it, I guess, a little bit more just on the topic of decentralized governance in general. So I believe all of you are or have been involved with other DAOs, other ecosystems. And of course, there's no one DAO that fits all, and there's no two DAOs that run exactly the same. From your perspective, what are some of the things that what are some of the things that sets the ENS DAO apart from some of the other DAOs that either you're part of or maybe are just a participant in? Is there something that we do really well, or maybe some lowlights?
Yeah, so I'll start, and I'm curious to see if my colleagues will agree. I think ENS does an excellent job of delegating the right power to the right people, and then those people having ultimate discretion. Whereas a lot of DAOs that I've seen, they try to create a lot of process, and then they just follow that process religiously. And that has like pros and cons, and I think ENS really empowers MetaGov, public goods, and ecosystem to do what those people are, right? And the check on our kind of power is the fact that we have to have an election. So, and to me, I think it's great because it's really important to me that the best people are always in the best roles. And I think other DAOs are kind of focused more on process rather than actually like the end goal, which is making sure that the right people are in the right places. So that's my view.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I tweeted once that the most important thing in DAOs, well, actually, it's the balance between attention and action. And I think, to Slobo's point, it is that balance between having a very good process, because you do need process, right? Let's be very realistic. Most people have no idea how to collaborate in a completely decentralized space. We're just not. For generations, we're not prepped for that. So a lot of it is a process of learning, and process is important. But that balance of making sure that you have the right people with the right context. Context is a massive thing when it comes to governance, and the ability to gain enough context to make sure that you facilitate and then enforce the right or make the right decisions is key. Sometimes there is a tendency to switch a lot of perspectives very quickly, which is valuable because you do want fresh perspective. But again, you want that balance of context, like depth, and also innovation. And striking that balance is a key one, which I think, to your point, we've managed to do so far. Obviously, experimentation can continue and we can figure things out. But I would say that balance and meeting and matching that balance is an important thing to be mindful of as we evolve.
All right, how are we different? Can I start with the obvious one, revenue, which I think changes the landscape across the board. You know, in ENS as a platform is really not very different than a SaaS software company. Maybe that's an analogy I draw because it's where I come from. But the unit economics are the exact same in terms of renewals and in terms of churn and new users. But that revenue and then that ability to kind of do what I described earlier, which is make sure the protocol is here for a long time, is different. And in all honesty, I think that this is a model that can bring a lot of the Web 2 software companies into Web 3. If we look at this as the type of way a subscription software company can function in Web 3. But aside from that, how are we really different? I see a lot of negative stuff sometimes is lefteris in here, right? There's people that are often constantly talking negatively about DAOs. And, there are some DAOs out there that I think deserve some very negative criticism. I don't think this is one of them. I think we do a really good job of balancing the right number of large delegates to get a good consensus around decisions, people that are stakeholders, that care about the protocol, that make decisions in the best interest of the protocol. I don't know quite how we've done that or how we've gotten there, but I do think that's different. It's different than what I see in other DAOs. Now, I will say there's a couple of DAOs that I'm a part of, really just one, that are very small, more pure DAO, right, where there aren't working groups. And that is simpler. It's a simpler implementation of what a DAO is. It's very difficult to have this human coordination layer in the midst. And I think we do a good job of kind of functioning almost as a living smart contract in terms of the way we do things, the rules, the working group rules are what we execute on. And I think that helps us stay in a place that prevents the human coordination issues from becoming a problem. It keeps us in a way of really serving the DAO and what the DAO is supposed to be, which I think is different.
Yeah, let's like you zoom out even a little bit more and talk about what do you think? Again, just like going back to DAOs were really, really hot in 21. They kind of became not so sexy like in the last 2 years. And I feel like now as more protocols are approaching maturity, the conversation of governance and what the right form factor is sort of back on the table. In your personal opinion, as you're thinking through decentralized governance and all the structures and all the safeguards that you can put in place to set one up, what are the non-negotiables, like the absolute non-negotiables that like any DAO that calls itself a DAO must have?
So you need to have multiple people with voting power. It has to be decentralized, and there has to be multiple perspectives. If you only, and I think that's what's another thing that's great about ENS is we don't have a single whale that is the main voter. If you kind of look at it technically, there's like a voting veto power, but outside of that, the top 10 people, they all have about roughly equal voting power, and they're actually not afraid to show it. There are people who have really strong opinions, and ENS elicits strong opinions because it's so important. And like many of us, us here and the people in the audience, we often disagree, and we disagree in public, and it's kind of uncomfortable. But I think, in a way, that freedom to disagree publicly and the fact that each of those delegates actually has a strong, not only a voice, but also the ability to influence actual actions, that's sick. But I'll let my colleagues add to that.
Do we want to mix up the order, or shall we do?
I'll go, since you sound like you want to think. Non-negotiables. Obviously a part of what we do is executable transactions that happen on the blockchain. There's nothing to negotiate there. But all DAOs have social proposals. And I think a non-negotiable is essentially following those proposals. I think that's what makes a DAO what it is. Again, back to that autonomous nature. We're trying to put training wheels on this new structure of doing things that still needs to kind of be cared for, to make sure that it gets wings and takes off. And so I think the non-negotiables are honoring that. To Alex's point, we don't have a whale. We could. I think, we're still in the early phases, but there are people that probably could, exert an outsized influence in the DAO. But fortunately for us, I think our large delegates, honor and intentionally honor that nature of kind of let's have a group of people with power that make decisions that allow for contrarians, and I don't know that that's necessarily in the non-negotiable camp, but I think honoring the proposals that take place kind of is, yeah.
There's no DAO without disagreement is basically it. Sorry.
And to that point, one of the main things to remember is that DAOs are made up of humans. They have a lot of very, very different ways of interacting, of being able to communicate, of being able to coordinate. Some people don't know, have never had the experience of having to do that. And so if you take that as a baseline reality, there are just some things that you absolutely need to focus on. Accountability is a big one. The ability to hold a space for discussion is very, very important. And also, really, this ability to have some sort of conflict resolution, whether it is by having those discussions in spaces where that's kind of a value add type of discussion versus a we're just anonymous people on a random forum type of discussion is a very different thing. And I think being able to create these spaces that actually not necessarily dictate, but encourage that accountability-based value-add discourse should be the baseline of any kind of DAO, and also this recognition that we are humans trying to collaborate, and what do we need to help us do that? And figuring out what the right process is. Maybe it does go through a series of experimentation, and that's totally fine. We're not going to figure it out like that because, again, a lot of us have no idea how to interact with other people. A lot of people don't know how to communicate non-violently because traditionally, we've just been trained generationally in a very different way, in a very competitive, very argumentative way. And realizing these things and being able to incorporate those in a very mindful way of creating structures for governance is important.
So, yeah, I'm trying to think about where to take this. Let's actually talk about, like, you know, DAOs are a relatively new concept. Like, I'm sure maybe each one of you had conversations, maybe with a family or a friend, when you try to describe to them how you work for this thing, right? And you have to run publicly for it, and somehow you're making incredibly important decisions also. I think for a lot of my friends and family, it's a very, like, what moment? How would you say, like, and all of you have also had working experience before coming into the DAO space. What are the biggest, craziest differences between working in a normal corporate structure and working in a DAO? And this could be like anything you want to highlight. So this could be like something you say to a friend or family that you know is going to shock them, or something that was shocking to yourself even as you came into the DAO space.
Maybe we start with
Simona, let's start with you because I felt like you were onto
God
something
damn.
there.
Okay. What's the biggest difference? I would say, and I think this applies to every single person who comes into this ecosystem and feels that ability to breathe a sigh of relief of like, fuck, this kind of feels like freedom. And being able to express my opinion and what I feel is right and valuable to me in and around other people who may be value aligned. There's sometimes this like whole thing of going and working a regular job and whatever that you're like, are we value aligned? Am I value aligned with my colleagues? You may be with one or two. This feels like that alignment is much deeper and much more than surface level. And I think it's that type of, I don't know, enthusiasm, energy that comes out of that kind of helps you navigate the frustrations that we have in the fact that we are operating in completely nascent structures that we're kind of like building as we're sailing. It's kind of like building a ship as you're on it and go like, well, quick, so that we can go further. But it is that type of energy and that type of belief that I think is the big thing that continues to propel us forward, that continues to make us be here for another year, even though it's sometimes tiring, even though it's sometimes very frustrating, the fact that we haven't made more headway or that something is still not working as it should be. But hey, you get to put ideas into practice and make them manifest in a much shorter time, in a much less bureaucratic way. Again, there's a lot of things that we still need to work on, but I think it's freedom, and it's a breath that we for a lot of us, can take almost like after 2 minutes of holding your breath. That's what it feels like.
Spence, what do you think? Because you currently
Yeah.
work in both Web 2 and Web 3, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I spend most of my time primarily in Web 2. And I can tell you it's very difficult to take someone who does not understand blockchain or crypto, let alone Dows or anything like that, and get them from zero to what is this. You know, you can take, I've sat down and taken entire meals before, you know, where just by the end of the meal, someone finally gets it, but there's so much information they have to absorb to get there that by the time they get to the revelation, it doesn't have the power. But how is it different? You know, I won't talk necessarily about the working groups because I kind of think of working groups as sort of something I hope to be a vestigial part of the future DAO. Like, the future DAO can be autonomous without the need for this. So it's more about the delegates. What's different, right? The delegates do run the DAO. The delegates make the proposals. The delegates decide what happens. It's about the delegates. What is different? Delegates can't be fired, right? No one can fire a delegate. Just doesn't happen. It can't happen. That's just the nature of ERC20 delegation. It just doesn't happen. Very different than any corporate or traditional structure. You know, what does that mean? It means that everyone has to get along. We have to find a consensus, and it's difficult to do so. But that nature of forcing that, I think, is the value of these structures. You know, so that would be what I'd say is different. The sticking power of the delegates, right? Because a delegate is proof of stake, essentially, right? Because you're delegating this vote. You could be doing something else with this token. You could sell it, but you're not. You're delegating to someone. That is, you're putting your stake. You're putting a value behind this person, you know, and that can't be taken away, right? That's part of this whole sovereign thing that we all work in. And so I think that's really just the biggest key difference for me, for anybody who's familiar with Web 2.
Yeah, so to kind of mirror this, is there's no one voice. That's the main difference. When you're in any corporation, usually there's going to be a shareholder, and that shareholder is going to nominate a CEO. There's going to be one clear voice. Here, there are many voices, and those voices can change at any moment. That's how I kind of describe it. To some of my friends, I'll say, like, oh yeah, I work in a non-for-profit because it's the only way it kind of makes sense, even though ENS makes $30 million a year. But so do hospitals, so it's okay. But I think, like, having all these different voices that come together and actually, I'm going to use the word divining perspective of the delegates is kind of hard because, you know, yes, it's easy to say if a delegate or a group of delegates approve a proposal. It's very different because, you know, someone's got to write that proposal. And that process, it's like, it doesn't actually happen in public. It just, ooh, there's a proposal. What do I think of it? Because most delegates have day jobs, multiple obligations. So it's kind of a weird thing is that, like, what you put on is what's the thing that's going to be judged. But like how that, like, amorphous structure gets created to the point where it can be solidified into something that is the will of the delegates, that's been just absolutely phenomenal and something that I've never been able to properly articulate to my friends and colleagues because it's like, this is what it is, you know, and it's like, now we get to vote. Now we know what they think. And oftentimes there's surprises. Things don't pass if people have been paying attention. So, I think that's like, I mean, I'm laughing because it's kind of funny and also quite painful.
Yes. So there's a common, there is the common, I don't want to say criticism, but maybe I'll say there's a take that decentralized governance comes at the cost of efficiency. Do you think that is a feature, or do you think that is a bug?
I don't think it's either, but partially, but it's a necessity, right? There's nothing about decentralizing that is more efficient. There's nothing about decentralizing that is simpler. Everything about decentralizing is harder. It takes more energy. It takes more effort. It takes longer. It takes more coordination. But we do it because the outcome is better, right? And it's hard because it's always easier to kind of think, oh, well, we can just make this decision this way, or oh, well, we can just decide to do it this way, because it always is simpler to move away from that decentralization. So I don't know if the difficulty is a feature or a bug, but I think it's absolutely a part of it. And I think being a part of this means that you have to understand and accept that you're undertaking that more difficult task because of the quality of the outcome.
Here's a quote that I think Iwaki mentioned in a conversation, I don't know, 2018, 2019. It's basically like nobody comes home anywhere in the world and goes, ugh, my day was so centralized. That sucked. And it's true, right? Centralization, we have lived with it for so long that we think it's normal, right? That's just normality. But actually, and I'm going to bring you into biomimicry here, because I like this stuff and the beautiful background of the tree is inspiring me. So, in nature, the balance point is the optimum window of viability. Now, where is that? It's between diversity and full efficiency. It is in the middle. It is absolutely not with full efficiency. You know who goes for full efficiency? It's the way we have constructed things and its centralization. But what that does is by removing the level of diversity, it makes a system brittle. If you look at any man-made reforested area, it is all in straight lines. You will light a match in one of those things, it will go up like that. You light a match in a jungle that has loads of different layers of vegetation and this with this with this, at some point it will stop because it is resilient. Diversity and diversity of opinion, diversity of doing things makes a system resilient. Over efficiency, and we've seen this with the financial system time and time and time again, it makes a system brittle. Efficiency should be depedestalized immediately. Yes, there is some benefit to it and so on, but definitely not to the level that we hold it as like, oh my God, let's be more efficient. Sometimes it's not good.
Thank you for that.
That one's okay.
I think I'll keep it brief. There's efficiency and there's effectiveness. If I want to get downstairs from the roof, I can jump and not survive, and that would be very efficient, but that wouldn't really be effective. So if you pull back far enough, the goal of decentralized organizations is to be extremely effective at the right time scale. And that's what it comes down to. It's what is your time scale that you're judging things by. And that's why, like, if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And like ultimately, that's what Dows are about. And like we want to go forever.
Well done.
That's a great note to end on. For those of you in the audience who are curious about ENS DAO, check out the forums. Each one of these working groups have open calls every week. They're open to the public. Tune in just to hear about what they're up to, and hope to see any of you who are DAO curious in the forums and in our calls. And with that, thank you so much to our lead stewards for imparting so much DAO wisdom today.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Catherine,
yes,
for moderating the panel.
I'm back. All right, and we're into the final panel of the day. So while it's the final panel, it's not, but it will be, but it is, and it's first in our hearts. Sorry. So all of our speakers coming up have built products that all of you here are likely familiar with: Uniswap, XMTP, and Base, and are the perfect trio to help us explore the balance between pushing innovation and improving the user experience of Web3. Welcome to the stage our moderator, Evan McMullen, and our speakers, Nick from XMTP, Meda from Uniswap, and Tom from Base. Give them a round of applause.
GM, guys, thank you so much for hanging with us. I know it has been a long day, but I'm sure you have learned quite a lot, and we are here to throw a few spicy takes your way before we wrap and get back on the back of our motorbikes. Oh, wow, that's real far here. Then we've got, we almost have everyone in order. So first, before we kick off with questions and intros, I want to do a quick feelings check-in, just to make sure everyone's still awake. We're locked in on our experiences on chain. First up, has anyone in here had an experience, let's say in the last month, with your wallet, where you were going to, proceed with a transaction and you hesitated for a second because you were feeling a little stress, a little ick? Has anyone experienced that recently? Maybe in the last year, a moment of interaction with your wallet where you didn't feel super confident? Oh, snap. It sounds like we have a lot to cover then in our discussion of intuitive design. I'm Evan McMillan, your moderator, co-founder of Bravado ID, and I'll invite our panelists to first kick off with a reminder of your role, what you own in your respective teams, and what the last Web3 application you used was.
Sure, I'm Nick. I'm the CTO of Ephemera, which is the maker of the XMTP protocol. We are the largest wallet-to-wallet messaging network. You may have interacted with us today if you were chatting with Earl or Bitu or Kuzco through the Converse app, which was also, I guess, the last Web3 application I used, since I was using it 5 minutes before I got on here.
Hi, I'm Medha. I lead product for all the wallet-related things at Uniswap Labs. The last thing I used, I think, was yesterday. I was using Pocket Protector on a Telegram chat to buy some things with some friends.
Nice. My name is Tom. I lead product and DevRel for Base. Excited to be here today. I know the last on-chain app I used was ENS page, as we all tap to connect with each other.
Literally right before this.
Great point.
Beautiful. Well, thank you guys so much. And for today, we are going to be thinking about translating on-chain technologies into tolerable experiences, in even delightful ones that certainly don't make us raise our hands or get the ick. But what does that actually mean in an ecosystem where protocols breaking the fourth wall and asserting information about tokens and chains and RPC endpoints is part of our everyday experience? So let's tackle some use cases that are hot or not, and talk about some blockers on our way to a much better experience on chain. So maybe let's start, and we want to make sure that this is not yet another next billion discussion. So we're going to get really tactical here, guys. First up, how has the push for so-called mass adoption of Web3 evolved since we started talking about the next billion? A few years ago, we first started talking about 1 million developers, but 1 billion users is a fairly new meme as of the last couple years. So what progress have we made since we started calling to build for this audience?
So I think we need to start this conversation with a frank assessment of where we are. We are 9 years into this grand experiment of Ethereum. God knows how many billions of dollars of R&D, and have produced exactly 0 successful mainstream consumer apps. We have a lot of infrastructure to show for it, and I think a lot of that infrastructure can be used to make these apps better. But where we are right now is a bunch of apps that I use only with the kind of people who are at an event like this. And my friends from high school have never heard of any one of them except for maybe Polymarket. And so we have a long way to go on UX, and we have a long way to go on mainstream adoption. But I'm really excited about the set of tools that we have to play with right now to try and build something that is not just as good as the Web 2 alternatives, but is 10x better, which is what you need to break people's habits and actually change, very established sets of behavior.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but I feel like that's a little bearish. I feel like maybe a little bit of optimism that I've seen over the last few weeks especially is that users are really willing to overcome so much friction, and that's something new that I've seen now. Like you said, I know high school friends who were talking about Polymarket over the last few weeks. Also Pocket Protector. People are basically able to use these apps and overcome so much friction. Like for Polymarket, you have to onboard, on-ramp onto Polygon, not even mainnet, and then you have to potentially use a VPN. You have to do all of these things just to be able to get your bets in, and people are doing it, and you're seeing sheer huge amounts of volume. So I think that's something that I think is quite fascinating.
Yeah, building on these 2 points, I think a lot of the infrastructure has been being built out, and I do think we're proverbially close. But I think getting closer with things like account abstraction, other things what maybe used to be meta transactions is now paymasters. But I think about the first time user experience having as little pain points as possible. So phraseless, maybe with things like passkeys. And by the way, my crypto completely naive friends know about passkeys. Some of them that are more tech minded are hearing about it, in the Android and iOS world. Also phraseless, also gasless, so not having to have actual Ether in your wallet to pay gas for your first experiences, I think is really important. And then, yeah, an app that is like the killer app, right? So an app that is just so valuable, it drives adoption of the underlying platform, because we'll deal with like some sharp usability edges like on Polymarket, because it's such a unique thing that people want to use. So I think like we've made a lot of progress there, but yet to have like VisiCalc, the spreadsheet in '78, which predates me, but I've read about it, that drove crazy adoption of the PC, because everybody that was using like written ledgers and everything was like, oh my gosh, this is so much more effective or productive. And I think we have yet to find that for a consumer, although maybe it's payments and we're seeing good growth, but we need that like payments app that breaks through and can drive meaningful consumer adoption.
Certainly. A unique challenge also, given that, as many of our colleagues often repeat, decentralization is the enemy of slick UX. Meadow, are you going to add something there?
Yeah, it was a very similar point. I was going to say one thing that has struck me as surprising, and I think it's because we're expanding beyond just crypto native people, is that people don't care about trustlessness as much as you'd think. I think, for example, I mentioned Pocket Protector, right? Like, you're not connecting a wallet to use that. It's like creating wallets on the fly, completely centralized, and yet sophisticated traders are using it. And so they're willing to overcome that like level of decentralization to be able to do the things that they want, which, to your point, is just to have fun and make money.
Stuff that does things. Very bullish. Love that. So, Nick, let's check in on something that Tom had mentioned. Passkeys, account abstraction. We used to call it smart contract wallets back in the day. Obviously, we've got a lot of different flavors and technical implementations of these, memes. Although passkey is a little more standardized, but we've got a lot of promise, a lot of opportunity. But do you think that they are worth the hype, or are they creating more complexity and discontinuity than the UX improvements they enable?
Yeah, I'm very cautiously bullish on passkeys. Whenever I think about any of these paradigms, I just think about how I would onboard my parents to them. Their current system is to have a leather-bound notebook with all their passwords for all their apps in it. And like a seed phrase is just not a great fit for that. It's a whole page of the notebook. I think passkeys can be just a really easy onboarding that we already have had all the Web 2 companies do the work of educating consumers on. So we don't have to do that ourselves, because Google is forcing you to get on board with passkeys. And Apple is doing a lot of infrastructure there. The one part that I feel bullish about for our use case as a messaging network, and maybe I'm curious how you two will feel, is on big dollar wallets. If I have, my life savings in a wallet, do I want it secured by just a passkey, or is there actually some need for a little bit more friction to drain the entire wallet? It seems like people in my life have had their Apple and Google accounts compromised, and you have to think through what is the blast radius of that compromise, and if it is my life savings, that is a lot more than what it is right now. So I'd be wondering how you would feel about people putting their life savings into just a passkey.
Well, I think there's this idea of like upgrading people, right? It depends on like who you're trying to onboard first. If you're onboarding a completely new person who just wants to buy a token that they found out about on like TikTok, they shouldn't have to deal with things like seed phrases and all of that. They're used to Web 2 logins and they can just use that. But I think, to your point, once they have like a higher value on there, they have some significant amount of money or NFTs or whatever, I think it's I think the onus is on us as wallet and infrastructure providers to like upgrade them into a better, safer, more secure UX, but also educate them along the way.
Where's the line? Maybe, Tom, you might have a view on this, terms of friction as a feature. How does one determine that assets are sufficiently valuable?
Yeah, and I think often a trade-off is between privacy and usability, or between security and usability. And I think one way of segmenting either both users, their first experience, but also different parts of a user's behavior is jobs to be done theory, framework, or whatever. So a different job to be done would be, to send and receive money. Like, I don't keep a lot of cash in my Venmo account, but I do use it to send and receive money. That's the core functional job to be done. And there's a different kind of privacy and security profile that I care about on that. To save and invest money, now that's a very different core functional job to be done, because more of my net worth is going to be sitting in there. to speculate on an asset going up or down, or the outcome of an event, or maybe it is to have fun, to share something and earn. These are different jobs to be done, which I think have different levels of security that we want to provide. And when I start to think about some of the primitives like, multi-sigs and how we could enable that with account abstraction infrastructure, with passkeys, different ways that accounts can be linked together to reduce the blast radius so that I don't get wrecked when, even in the last cycle, it became best practice to kind of have a hot wallet, a warm wallet, and a cold wallet, so I don't have my zombie punk, let's say I had one, in the same wallet that I'm minting some 5 minutes left, gotta go. And I think sophisticated people on-chain are thinking in these ways, but even people that aren't on-chain yet do think about different jobs to be done and will have different levels of anxiety and kind of protectiveness and vulnerability that if you start hey, show me your Venmo feed, somebody would be, okay, sure. Hey, show me your Charles Schwab feed. No, I'm going to hold it closer to my chest, literally, and I think we can start to instill some of these behaviors with the on-chain experiences we build if we think about what's the job to be done and just intuitively how vulnerable do people feel and how much value will be associated with the keys that can sign that, whether it's an EOA or a smart wallet or what have you.
How do you guys make those types of decisions in your practice? What does that actually look like?
I'll just do a quick hit and then pass it down. In terms of building product, a mix of qualitative and quantitative. So I like all product managers to talk to a customer at least each week and share what they learned. And then just kind of seeing what's happening in the industry. And then quantitatively, product metrics, seeing what's going on, how the product's being used. I think a good mix of those things, then you build kind of data-informed, not data-driven, but data-informed decision-making. And, ship something, learn, ship something better, improve, and kind of iteratively work towards this over the long haul.
How about at Uniswap? Obviously, you guys have a robust iteration practice, adding new features and building out new capabilities. What does that decision-making framework look like internally? Whether jobs to be done, friction as a feature, or other choices around that sense of psychological safety?
Yeah, maybe I'll take a step back and talk high level why we're even building consumer apps. I feel like that's the number one question I get. Oh, you guys are a DEX, you guys are smart contracts. What are you? What are you doing? Doing wallets? And it's interesting because we did some data analysis and we found out that I think it's 67% of DEX users had their first ever DEX interaction on Uniswap. And to me, that makes me feel like there's a big onus on us to give them a good experience, right? Crypto is so complex, and that first interaction can really make or break their entire experience with crypto and whether they continue interacting with other dApps. And so I think a big part for us is we want to be able to control their entire UX from the beginning to the end. So not just the smart contracts, but how they interact with the smart contracts, which is how we built the swapping interface, and then on top of that, the wallets. And so I guess kind of a combination of what you were saying around data, but then also intuition around what the user wants. Yeah.
I think one really simple thing that's easy to forget is just to actually use the products, to use them a lot. We had an experience, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago after an offsite. The team was out for dinner, and we just said, okay, let's split the bill for dinner with us using our own products. We'll just send a message to the group, hey, this is how much dinner costs, and everyone send in their share. Just doing that one thing, which should be so easy, we found all these stumbling blocks in our products and other people's products. Oh, I sent the money on mainnet, someone else sent it on base, and just getting that empathy for the people using the product by actually having to go through the flow can sometimes be really informative, and I feel like you can't do it enough.
Excellent reminder. Use your own products.
Eat your own dog food. And that doesn't just mean QA or UAT right before you ship. Literally when you go out to dinner and don't Venmo me. Send me USDC or, whatever the case may be.
So some of these capabilities that we're talking about, certainly in the consumer app ecosystem, require knowing more data about your users or being able to offer more context to them than simply a token balance. So as we talk about bringing this more expressive, descriptive data on chain, coordinating more than just permissionless treasury allocation, what are those types of data that you guys are reaching for first, and what does it mean to operationalize them in service of discoverability for developers or improved or more intuitive UX? And to call out base, I know you guys have been really creative and have introduced a lot of new form factors for this, so we'd love to learn what that process has been like.
Well, yeah, and I think a very important thing that we should all keep in mind as we answer this question is on-chain, there isn't a rewind button per se. And so if something goes on chain in a way that is not in congruence with like what I just described earlier around like the vulnerability of somebody's data related to the specific job to be done they're trying to accomplish, that would be really bad. And so one of the things that we're thinking about a lot as we think about any of these things, like more types of identity-related fields or data points we would put on-chain or have interacting on-chain, is an on-chain privacy kind of framework. And so it's like, hey, are we using users' data that's on-chain? Are we storing users' data on-chain? Are we enabling users to store their own data on-chain, like without us? And then finally, are we enabling developers to use data on-chain? Or the most severe one would be we're enabling third-party developers to store data on behalf of their end users on-chain. And so if we kind of think of that like escalation amount of data privacy regard, we should think about that very deeply with how we're building anything. And so some of the things we're thinking about, of course, is like commerce type experiences. How might we, but then that's like your mailing address or a shipping address. That's pretty scary to connect to whatever, you know, DeFi Sudan.eth or whatever it might be. And so kind of thinking about how we have privacy as a first-class citizen, so to speak, in our building out of these primitives that bring more of the data points on-chain is very, very important so that we don't make a mistake at scale or really make a mistake for anybody in terms of putting something irrevocably on-chain in a way that puts them at risk. And, you know, I'll just even underline this more. I think we've seen in Europe and other places with potential leaks of like hardware wallet data and then, you know, kind of a suspicious link between that and people having their safety compromised in real life. It's very, very serious for us that are starting to build more of these on-chain identity and on-chain data point driven solutions to think about privacy as a super, super key principle with everything that we build.
Music to my ears. Definitely, you know, agree with you that leveraging ZK capabilities, especially as we get more expressive data on chain from more reputable sources, is vital. Indeed, if we don't do that, we are either illegal or actively dangerous. So,
100%.
you know, Nick, I know you guys think about this a lot, also in the context of interaction. What does it look like from your practice?
So for our own protocol, we are really religious about just stripping out metadata, just how little can we share with the public, since we assume that all the messages on the network, even though they're encrypted, all the metadata is public too, and so how little metadata can you put on a message to make sure that if someone had access to our entire network's worth of data, they couldn't derive any conclusions about what our users are doing. And that is great for us, but a lot of other protocols do the same thing. And so we have the selfish need to hide metadata, but then we have another drive, which is when a message comes in from someone else, you want to know as much as you possibly can about that other person. Just like in WhatsApp or Telegram, the app needs to do some work to figure out, is this someone you actually want to talk to, or is this a spammer or a stranger coming in and you actually want to hide it? And so we also want the right primitives to get access to information about other people that's in some centralized repository that isn't proprietary information from our app, but it's part of some protocol. And I would love to have more information about the people trying to reach users on Converse so that we can do a better job of being a bouncer in your inbox and only showing you the most relevant, high-quality conversation invites. And that tension is really hard to resolve, and you know, there's times we're tempted to put more data on chain or on our network, and then we think about the privacy and don't do it. So I'm really hoping someone in this room, you know, can start shipping more data in privacy-preserving ZK ways that we can make use of.
Can I ask you a question, Nick? What are like the metrics of success for XMTP? Like what things do you measure?
So quality conversations, not just has the conversation had a message, but is someone coming back repeatedly? Like, not just are you a DAU of the product, are you a DAU of this group chat? Like, that is how you have a successful messaging app, is there are chats that go on for years. That, you know, is what is sticky about WhatsApp and Telegram and iMessage. And so getting that right, very challenging. And then the signal to noise on your inbox, how do we filter that out? What percentage of the message requests you see are things that you actually click on and send a message back? Getting that ratio to be acceptable, that's a really hard one.
Oh, that's super interesting. Yeah, no, the reason I ask is because I'm like oh, those are like traditional consumer metrics. Like it's not really crypto specific, which I think is interesting. I think like all of us kind of follow those things. I would say on Uniswap's end, two things we care a lot about. One would be like time to swap, time to first swap. How can we like make that as fast as possible? And I think folded into that is also like time to onboard, specifically for the wallet. So how fast can you go from like an intention of, hey, I saw this coin on Twitter, how do I go purchase it? So that's both making the wallet, onboarding, backing up your seed phrase if you need to, and then on-ramping is a big one, and then making the actual swap. And then if you have to bridge, then all of that is folded in. And then a second metric that I'm personally interested in is now that Uniswap Labs has like a suite of products, how do our users kind of interact with all of those surfaces? Like if a user is on our mobile app and then they onboard the same wallet onto the extension, how do their behaviors kind of change or stay the same? Or how do they interact with our like web interface and things like that?
Awesome. So I'd be, oh, sorry, were you going to say something?
One thing to build on what Nick was saying around, hopefully we can have more of this metadata available for developers that are building on standards, whether it's XMTP, certainly people building on Uni, V3, V4, whatever, or on some of Base's dev primitives. Just the idea of enabling users to control what they're sharing, and it's something that we do on like Web 2 social, but then they like kind of screw us over or break our trust. I think with like open source and open standards, we can enable users to actually control what they share with who in a way that for people with enough sophistication, if it's open source, it's open standards, it's actually like provably not being shared with anybody else, which I think will be a real inception moment for like Web 2 developers that are like, whoa, there's something here to this technology beyond just cryptocurrency. Just as one add-on to that point.
That is a great reminder. We are here for crypto like cryptography. Cryptocurrency is one use case. And so in order to pursue and be able to build more of those capabilities, we've got to engage what you guys have been sharing, which is a rigorous understanding of what sucks. So you guys were, the two of you have both shared what it means to build out or examine the creation of an ecosystem, dealing both with very token-related, sort of breaking the fourth wall experiences, right? Performing a swap, purchasing a token that's very expressive of what's actually happening on the chain, versus something you had noted earlier, abstracted experiences that take the guesswork out of the fact that there are protocols at all and feel very Web 2-like. So you guys are operating this very sensitive space, sort of being the point of introduction or embarkation, while also having roots all the way down to the protocol. How much guts is too much guts for a user? How do you guys moderate what that expression looks like?
That's such a great question. My personal philosophy is that we need to build more opinionated products, right? Even the most sophisticated user shouldn't have to be thinking about the underlying infrastructure, even if we're using it. So one example of that is like bridging routes. So we recently launched a bridging feature within our apps, but we decided to abstract away so much to the point where we're not even calling it bridging, we're calling it swapping. And we did that on purpose because we're building for this end user experience where the user shouldn't have to think about the chain that they're on, they're not thinking about anything except for the asset that they want and then the assets that they have to purchase it. I don't think users should be exposed to all of the millions of different bridging routes and things like that. Another example is like gas. Hopefully, very soon we're not even thinking about gas at all as a concept. But for now, in a world where we are paying gas, I don't think users really need to be thinking about how much gas should they be paying. Like a lot of wallets will like let users be like, oh, I want to pay this much gas for a fast transaction, this much for a slower one. In my opinion, they shouldn't be doing that at all. That should be abstracted. Users just want things to work. And that's kind of the philosophy that we think about at Uniswap Labs.
Yeah, and I think a mental model we have, which is complementary there, is, so if I think about, let's say, 5 pillars for what Base is, there's Base Chain. I actually start with this finger. It's very international. Start with your thumb. Base Chain, then Base developer tools and other things of that nature, Base Smart Wallet, the Base capital markets, and wallets. So if you think about these different kind of levels of the on-chain stack, as we go up from the chain base layer, I think it's okay to become more opinionated, to become more integrated so that users don't have to think about it. So for instance, when I open IG, this might not be a good metaphor, but I don't care if it's on, I don't care if the requests are being served through like GraphQL or something else, or if it's like Apache or Nginx that's running the web server. I just want it to work. As I get into developing, I do care about some of these things. And so, we have a developer toolkit called onchain kit, which is a set of React, components and TypeScript utilities for building on-chain. That's still decently opinionated in terms of rolling and aggregating a number of things together for on-chain developers to use. As you go down further to the base chain, we want to be, fully decentralized, neutral, and really allow anybody to come and interact with that chain how they see fit. So recently we went live with fault proofs, on the way to stage 1 soon. Very important for us as part of the superchain to continue moving things along, get there, and we intend very soon to get to stage 1 decentralization. So down at the base chain layer, we think about building product very differently than building like end-to-end consumer experiences. And I would say it's a continuum of what you were asking about, and that allows us to build products the right way or with the right principles in the right area for the right users.
So couldn't agree more with all of that. I love thinking about it, different layers of abstraction and what the needs are. One thing I'll add is just I want to build products that are safe by default. I think a lot of Web3 products, it kind of feels like you're flying a helicopter where it's very complicated, and if you hit the wrong button, you just crash into the ground to die. And so how do you build something that is more like a Waymo, where you just tell it where you want to go, and it does that safely? And I think we as an industry have struggled to build those kinds of products that are, not full of foot guns, that just can be given to your dumbest, least responsible friend, and they will be fine. They will not lose money, and they will not brick their account. And so, yeah, that's a really good North Star to build against, is just, is this safe by default? Do you have to go so far out of your way to make this unsafe that no one is going to do it? And if we could build products like that, we're going to get a lot more mainstream consumers and just a broader audience who feels comfortable recommending it to their friend because they're not worried about whether their friend is up to the task of using this product.
Yeah, progressive disclosure as a UX pattern. So we've got like a simple initial version, no foot guns, and we can progressively disclose more advanced things for power users as like an interaction design principle, but also as like an industry when we talk about what we do. Don't lead with like what is Base or what is Uniswap or Unichain or Uniswap Wallet or what is XMTP. It's a decentralized that allows permissionless that is not going to land with most people. So kind of like boil the frog, so to speak. Start with the fully integrated, simple experience that adds value, that solves one of those core jobs to be done. And if people are interested in it, let them progressively learn about it to kind of stretch that. And I think we can do that all the way zoomed in on a UI and all the way zoomed out as an industry, like here at DevCon, how we talk about this to the outside world as Ethereum builders.
Definitely. And one thing that I loved you mentioned a couple times earlier is the importance or role of standards, or rather usage that turns specs into standards. Standards can often be, a wild word that sometimes describes things that are effective and sometimes describes navel-gazing. So if we think about what's actually practically in use, we are, arriving around some patterns, but also we're not the only ones doing this. Indeed, our colleagues over at Apple and Google are absolutely slaying on mobile driver's licenses and their integration of tools that, like Meta, noted earlier, is like our ability to express desire and then execute those desires in a simple way. So, hypothetical. Let's say Apple and Google release OS-level wallets tomorrow. With the integration of intuitive design like AI tools, what does that change, if anything, about how you look at the world?
I can start. I think that's fantastic. I think they absolutely should. They have distribution. Millions and billions of people are familiar with their products and are onboarded. And so I think, if anything, it forces us to really compete on their UI and build apps on top of those interfaces. So I think it's like a win for the whole space if they do that.
Yeah, I think on-chain is a powerful enough technology that it is going to it's here to stay. I think if you think of just like a financial use case, like T+2 settlement versus like instant settlement or like sub-second settlement, there are just certain things that it is uniquely positioned to solve in ways just now becoming possible. And I think our friends at Google, Apple, Facebook, all the big, large Web 2 incumbents are certainly taking it seriously and are certainly looking to the future of, with their distribution, with the strength of their engineering talent and product cultures, and with this technology, what can they do for 2020s, 2030s, and beyond. So I think we should be mindful. I think we should get our own proverbial stuff together. If we're talking about standards, I think, to give a shout out, Steve Katzman, the lead engineer on base names, leading the smart contracts. Now he's helping curate the NSIP improvement proposals. This is really important for us building base names, but to like upstream some of what we're doing with like NSIP 19 and contribute back to it. And I think as we have naming services that are complementary with each other, all built on ENS, it's important for us to get this working all together as an Ethereum ecosystem and kind of fly the Ethereum flag in a way that this is the place to build on chain, so that when these Web 2 incumbents are looking, it's clear that the EVM is the smart contract platform to build on for today and for the future.
Yeah, I really love that. I think one thing we should be wary about with these, like what the hypothetical that you just said, is that building more walled gardens where users aren't able to leave that ecosystem. And so, yeah, to your point, I think we should absolutely make sure we have our shit together. I think one great example is like if you go back to the era of like enterprise chains. So one piece of lore, my first ever job, my internship in college, was to build dApps on top of Quorum, which is JP Morgan's like private chain. I feel like we all have like horror stories from building on like those like permission chains. And I think what they did was so cool. Like they were so ahead of their time. Like JP Morgan, a big bank working on this sort of experiment, was awesome. But I think what was scary is that it's like permission nodes, like all the node operators, the entire like anyone building a dApp on it, all of that was permissioned. And so I think what's interesting about both Unichain and Base is that we are kind of doing a sort of public-private partnership with Optimism, with the OP stack, with Superchain. And it kind of reminds me of how public-private partnerships in real life have worked really well with like hospitals and like airports and things like that. I hope that's the model that it ends up winning and not closed gardens.
And just to shout out our hosts here at ENS, like imagine how good ENS would be as an identity primitive if you had your on-chain identity as accessible on your phone as the camera was. Just how easy it would be to sign into apps and to bring your identity, your profile with you. It would just be really powerful, and there's only so much we can do playing inside someone else's ecosystem. It seems like we're doing a lot to push the envelope of what's possible there, and wallet apps of today are so much nicer than they were 2 or 3 years ago, and they are just getting better and better. But it's really, a powerful primitive that I would love to see every app on my phone integrate, and I think it would make the apps better if they could have on-chain identities as just a native part of the device.
Speaking of calls to action, as we're wrapping up our discussion here today, wanted to invite our panelists to share a quick parting thought, a piece of guidance for our audience if we want to join you in the battle for intuitive design and decentralized experiences for all. What should we be focused on this week? What should we learn about while we're here together and have this opportunity to engage? And also, where should we follow you on the internet for more of this fun stuff?
One takeaway I hope you all walk away from is that people just don't care. They don't care what chain you're on. They don't care what tokens they have. They want to do something, and the people outside this room and outside of this event are interested in tools to get things done. And I will be interested in the minutia of how it works, but I wouldn't assume that anyone else is. They just don't care.
Yeah, kind of building off of that, I think, how can we increase the amount of things that a user can do with their money? Like, they don't care because there just aren't cool things to do. People want to have fun. People want to make money. People want to be able to actually use their crypto assets in the real world to, like, buy their coffee or, like, whatever. How can we bring crypto into people's daily lives? And I think in a lot of emerging markets, this is already happening with stablecoins and stuff. But how can we bring that to everyone?
I'm going to go with onboarding. Let's all think about onboarding. What is the first experience that people have with our apps because they understand it, I guarantee, way, 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 way less than you think they do or I think they do when I'm first building it. So focus on who's it for, what's it for, like why should somebody care about it, as we're kind of alluding to in some ways, and like usability test it. show it to people, don't say anything, zip up, just show it to them, say, hey, go do XYZ, and just watch them use it. So I think focus on that onboarding experience, because it's something that we forget how little is understood about some of these primitives like EOAs or wallets or this is or that. And so put it in the hands of everyday people that have that need that you're trying to meet, and make the onboarding experience awesome. That's going to get more people into your app. And of course, then you got to worry about retention, but that's the next thing. So I'd say you can follow me at tom.base.eth on socials and onchainkit.xyz. We're trying to make it really simple for app front-end developers to just grab components out of the box, build React apps that just work. And hopefully those are some helpful building blocks to build on Base and on-chain in general. And yeah, thanks for hosting us, Evan, today.
Absolutely. Well, in the same way that we were welcomed with open arms so thoughtfully to a personalized hello here at frENSday, let's offer that experience to all of the users who come to our apps, and then we can achieve this awesome outcome together. So thank you guys so much. We'll see you on chain. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Guys, I think frENSday is about to wrap. What an incredible day. Cue for applause. Thank you. frENSday is the product of the, not to be dramatic, blood, sweat, and tears of a lot of people in this room here today. When we first started frENSday, our goal was to unite the best builders who are aligned with our mission to a decentralized world, our mission to bridge the Web 2 and Web 3 gap, and not just builders in the ENS ecosystem, but the Ethereum ecosystem at large. We've been so blown away by all the enthusiasm and support shown by the hundreds of you in this room today, the thousands of you in the live stream, and it's made us all so energized as we enter into the next chapter of ENS V2 and Namechain. And if you're excited about what we're doing, by the way, we are hiring enslabs.org for open positions. There's a general catch-all as well. We would love to have you folks join us as we build out our next chapter. Now, I wanted to end the day with some quick thank yous and shout-outs, without whom this day would not be possible. To Erin Bowden. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name, but Erin is the creative director of frENSday, and we would literally not be here without her. To Dion Sullivan, to Jonathan Palmer, to Song-Hee Lee, without whom production would also not be possible. And to every member of ENS Labs. ENS Labs is a small team, and in order to make this happen, it really was an all-hands-on-deck situation. Thank you guys for coming together to making this day a success. And to our community of users and builders, we are so lucky to do what we do, and we're so lucky to be doing it with our community. Thank you for sharing our vision in a decentralized world and in our mission to advance sovereign identity. So to close out frENSday, join us for Friends Hangout happy hour. That's right outside. We have our plushies, these cute guys on stage, downstairs on the first floor. If you have not gotten them yet, go get them. And yeah, we'll see you outside. And thank you all for coming.